In this free Framer course, you're going to learn everything that you need to know to build stunning and professional websites using Framer. Framer is one of my favorite tools for building websites, especially for designers that don't know how to code or don't want to code. Framer is going to be your best friend. In this long form free course, you're going to learn the entire process. You'll understand all the tools, techniques, and interface of Framer. We will bring our design from our design tool into Framer. We'll create a style guide. We'll start building layouts that are responsive and adaptive. We'll add animations. We'll create components and prototypes and all sorts of amazing features for our website. And then we'll wrap the whole thing up by building a complex CMS, and we will publish our website live. If you watch this entire tutorial, you'll have everything you need to start designing and selling beautiful websites using Framer. And we're going to be building a website from start to finish, moving from Figma into Framer. And we could do the fast way. We could use the awesome plugin. We could use AI, but we're not going to do that. We're going to learn the tool. You're going to learn how to become a Framer web developer this week. You're going to learn all the nuances on how you can go from start to finish. I actually my team and I, we finished a Framer website for a client, a single page landing page the other day in a day. So if you want to deliver websites that fast or faster even potentially, then you could definitely use the process that you're going to learn this week. Click the link down in the description. It's going to lead you to this lemon squeezy page where you can download the actual Framer template. You want to skip the whole thing and you just want the stinking free Framer template to remix? Okay, you could do that. But if you download it as well, you're going to get the Figma file, you're going to get a bunch of assets, and it's just boom, one-stop shop. Follow along with me, build with me. If you follow that link and you go over to Lemon Squeezy and download the template, again, you're going to get access to the free Figma file, and this is going to be that free Figma file. Okay, we got the cover page here. Jump over to the designs. Look at all this free design work that you're going to get if you want to use it. A nice, beautiful template. We have a bunch of assets on our canvas. We have a home page with all the responsive views, and then we also have the desktop views of a bunch of different pages. Hey, we're going to build all of this week, and you might be going, oh my gosh, that seems like a lot of work. Actually not. So if you are somebody who's always wanted to develop your own websites, but you've just never had the skills, you could, if you show up every day, same bat time, same bat channel, you'll be able to make websites from here on out. Complex websites, responsive websites, beautiful websites, semantically correct website. So with this being said, what are we trying to accomplish today? We are trying to take this static design, and that's always the problem, right? Is that we're designers, we love doing the design portion, but this is not a website. And I'll say this, even when we present or showcase our designs to our clients, like it's hard for them to understand what this looks like in a Figma file. I know that you understand it because you're a designer, but they don't understand it. So part of the beauty and the benefit of doing stuff inside of Framer is that you can get things into the browser where that design is actually like used, where it's actually seen, right? So we want to design for the medium in which it's going to be digested. So getting it into the browser as quickly as possible, it's going to be a very successful thing, and Framer is going to help us to do that. You can actually, if you want, you could skip all of this and just do all of your design in Framer. That's a separate workflow. We're going to kind of cover the standard workflow of you moving things from your design. You've already done the design and you want to now get it into Framer. So the first step here that we're going to talk about is really basically building a style guide, getting everything up and running to make the rest of your project really, really smooth. So you probably know about Figma. I probably don't have to do too much of an introduction to Figma. I'm on the new UI 3 inside my browser here. It's super fun. We could preview this design. Everything's great, but again, it's not a website yet. It's not usable. And I'm not even going to take the time, actually. I mean, I've put a little bit of interaction here. I got some sticky interactions going there, but I'm not even going to take the time to really do a lot of the prototyping and interaction here because, you know, Framer actually also serves, especially if I'm building websites, it serves as a prototyping tool. Why do all that work here just to recreate it? I recently at the Figma conference earlier this year, I started to have a lot of conversations with people, which was, hey, why are we drawing pictures of websites versus actually just building the website as designers? And that's really, for me, the question that has has been kind of like asked plenty and been talked about. And for me, Framer starts to be the answer to that question. Yeah, why would I just draw pictures of websites? Hey, this is how it's going to look, versus I've designed it and it's functional at the same time. That's what Framer is going to allow us to do. How do we start this process? Let's say you're in this position, which most people are, and we have this design. We need to start figuring out how to move this into web development format, okay? The first thing I really like to do is I like to get in here and build a style guide. Side note, we have all these really cool 3D assets. We're also going to be doing some stuff in Spline. If you're not used to Spline, you're going to learn a little bit about this. It's a really cool 3D rendering tool where we can actually build stuff in 3D. So I really want these elements, right, to be in my website. I really want my website to have some cool 3D stuff. That's what all of these are representing. Look, we got people in our file already. Look at you guys jumping in there. I'm so excited. People are downloading the file. They're doing the thing. I'm really, really excited to do this project with you. Now, I love that you're in the file, but I'm going to just really quickly hide the cursors. Let's see, multiplayer cursors. Boom, we're going to take those off. I love you. I'm happy you're in the file. I just don't want to be distracted by you because I got some ADD going on. Here we go. So we're going to build out a little bit of a style guide. Now, the style guide is going to help us in a website because it's going to basically declare what are my typography styles, what are my color styles, what are different, maybe even shadow styles or effect styles. I want to declare all of that, and I'm going to actually bring that document over. But before we do that, let's jump right into Framer because, like I said, Framer is super accessible, and you can do this from the get-go. You can jump over to Framer if you want. You can create a free account. Got a link down in the description if you want to do that. And we're going to create a new project by hitting that big blue button in the top right corner. This is a blank project. Boom, we have a blank canvas here. You want to know how easy it is to make a website? What if we just took a big piece of text and wrote the old hello world statement here? Okay, and I'm going to just really quickly so we can actually see it. What if I just pumped up that text and I put this, I just drag and drop it right in the middle. I can preview it. Look at this, I got a website. I could publish this website right now and I have it in the browser. All done. Let's pack up and go home. I'm just kidding. We're not done. This is good. Okay, so listen, that is actually how simple it is. If you wanted a website as simple as this Hello World website, we got us a website, folks. We published it in seconds, right? Now, obviously, we're going to want to make a website that's a little bit more complex than that. So let's come back to our Framer project. Let's understand Framer just a little bit. Framer is going to feel very, very similar to Figma. You got this infinite canvas. I can zoom in and out. I have artboards. My artboards represent the different breakpoints of my website. So currently I have a breakpoint at 1200. If I want it, and that's my desktop. If I want a tablet or a mobile, I can add new breakpoints here and select which one of those I want. I can even create custom ones. Just like that, okay? So very simple. I'm going to select items. I get this contextual panel on the right-hand side, my property panel, where I can change things like my typography and the color of my text. And all this is sounding really familiar, right? Because it feels like Figma. Now, I'm going to blow your mind. We're going to cover all of these panels, all of this functionality, all of these little intricacies, but let me just blow your mind really quickly. Again, this is the simplest website you can make. We've already published it. We already have it there if that's how we want to go. But what if we want to do something a little bit more interesting? What if I wanted to take, for instance, this whole website here, like my entire website, and I wanted to just open up a plugin inside of Figma, and I would just put in Framer, and I'm going to get the Figma to HTML with Framer plugin. And that plugin is going to run, and you can see that it's copying lots of layers. The cool thing about this is that Figma does everything on the canvas as JSON and vectors. And so it's able to copy all that math. That math is translated into design, and I'm able to bring that math over here. And now that I've copied it, I'm able to literally just Command or Control V and see if I can paste this directly into, or maybe we have to just put paste like that, okay? And I'm using the browser here, which might be a little bit interesting, the way that I copied things. So let's see if this pops in. But theoretically speaking, and this is, I don't usually work in the browser, so I usually work with the local version of Figma and the local version of Framer. Let's see if we're having a little bit of a problem here. Let's open up our project in the local version and see if we paste in here, if we get any difference. Oh, interesting. Let's open up the local version of Figma, and why don't we do the same thing here? I'm gonna just grab this again. I'm gonna open up that plugin. We might work here. Boom, I'm gonna grab it and do that whole duplication process again. It was supposed to be like way more impressive. It was gonna be like, bam, one move, here we go. But it just took a second. Sometimes that's life, right? It's copying all my layers. We're copied. Let's head back to my local version of Framer, paste that in, and let's say that it's broken today. I don't know why it's broken today, but it feels a little bit broken. Oh, never mind, not broken. It is uploading my Figma images. It's just a very big copy and paste because we're copying and pasting an entire website, y'all. And it didn't do it in our browser for some reason, and that's okay because we're not going to be doing this big copy and paste thing anyways. We're going to be going piece by piece. And what I love about that is I might be having some problems in the browser, but it's cool to know that you can just use the browser. Now my canvas was set at 1200, so we could just spread that out to be 1440, I think is what the website was designed as. And you can see that it's cutting off the bottom of my website. If I wanted to, I could just drag that down. And look at this. Let's just press preview really quickly. We have a website. It's got a couple little issues that it had, and that's okay. We could just turn our headline white really quickly. And if we wanted to, that's it. We could publish this website, and this website is now ready to go. We could preview it, and our website's looking pretty legit. It's looking pretty good. All of our assets are in. That is how simple it could be if you wanted it to. I want it to be better. I want us to learn piece by piece. So I'm just going to undo all of that, head back, and we're going to start from scratch. Okay, now I think we should be able to use the browser versions of all of this moving forward. Now that we've done all of that, maybe it blew your mind. Maybe you're like, yeah, I knew that. That's more of the same. There is the ability to use the plugin to move everything from Figma into Framer and then just be done with it. But that's not you learning the tool. So let's learn the tool. And again, back to it. Our first start is to build a style guide. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to come over here. I'm going to move all these assets. We don't quite need them yet. I'm going to draw out a frame. And I'm going to bring this frame right here. I think our background is black. That's fine. I'm just going to grab all of my typography that I seem to be using throughout my page. I'm going to grab that. I'm holding down Shift and Command so I can multi-select things. There is my body copy. There is my button text. That was my link text. This is more of like my H2. Let's zoom out. I can't tell. Maybe this is like different, like my little H. Maybe this is an H3. That seems to be the majority of the things we're using, like an H1, 2, and 3. Maybe this is a different style. I'm just grabbing stuff. It seems that I've gotten most things. So let's just grab in my frame, paste those all here. And maybe my paste function is like not working for some reason. It seems to not be working. You know what? We're going to abandon the browser version. We're going to go to the old UI 2 of Figma because for some reason it's just not working. Is it? So let's fix that again. And really quickly, I'm going to close this in the browser, and I might as well just close that in the browser. Great, beautiful. Let's try that again. I should be able to copy and paste. There we go. Okay, so now our copy and paste is working. Something's wrong with my browser today. I've copied the rest of those textiles, and I'm just popping them in. Okay, now again, doesn't look very impressive, but we have, this is what looks like our H1. This is what looks like our H2. This is what looks like our H3. We got a nice little typographic hierarchy that's going on there. This looks like what? Our button text. It looks like our button text. Get started. Let's grab that button text back in here. And let's just turn it white so we can see it. Again, we don't care about color right now, but we have our body copy right there. It looks like our button text and our link text, our body copy, and we can get rid of this other one. Let's say those are our styles. Let's just simplify it for like our case here, right? I'm gonna grab those styles and it looks like they're all there. Everything seems to be working fine and really quickly. Let's just multiplayer again. Let's turn that off so I'm not distracted. Now that we have our typography like selected, I'm gonna start grabbing my colors, okay? So first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna draw out a little frame down here. And I think we have white for our text, so that's definitely a color. Let's do another one right here. We definitely have black, okay? We definitely have green, and it looks like we have some different shades of green. So why don't we just select this? This is like a radial gradient. I'm gonna copy this and just bring it up into place. And let's start dissecting this a little bit. Inside of my radial green, it looks like this is my actual main green color, this bright, vibrant Nike type of green. And I think my text is using kind of like a deep version of that. So why don't we get rid of this and we can copy that green over and replace it like such. It looks pretty good. And we have a gradient moving from like dark to light. So we could have grabbed that button and just assessed, hey, what was the radial, like the light radial color inside? Looks like it's a C1 color. Let's grab that light color just for funsies. So we have a little bit of a style going on there. We're going to paste that inside. Great. We have our light colors, we have our bright color, we have our dark green, and we have our neutrals, our black and white. Perfect. Let's grab those, just move those up inside. I'm going to shrink them down. Doesn't need to be anything fancy. I'm going to rearrange them. We're just going to bring this big data dump of information over into our project. Okay, so let's just name this style guide. And if you're designing along with me, feel free to name that style guide. And this is where I am going to use that plugin. So I look up the Figma to Framer plugin. If you can't find it, head up here to your different like components, plugins, widgets, and I'm just going to type in the word Framer, or you can go into the Figma community. This is the one we're looking for, Figma to HTML with Framer. I'm going to click that. As soon as I click it, whatever frame I had selected, it copies those layers. We are now ready to go. Okay, so I'm going to open back up my local version of Framer because for some reason that's working for me today, and the other one is not. I'm going to open up my fresh project, our same Hello World project. Why don't we just name it really quickly? I'm going to call this YouTube demo so I can always find it. We just named it up there by clicking on the name. You can also place them in different folders and organize all your projects, client work, personal work here in Framer. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to press Command V, and it's such a small little thing, it just pops it right in. I'm going to move it off to the side. We've taken the first step. We've brought in all of our elements. And let me just move this to white so we can see everything. Everything feels really nice. I can just stretch out this text. Everything's good. And we have our colors. Fantastic. So we've just created that style guide in Figma. We imported that style guide into Framer, and now we're going to declare all of these styles directly in Framer. So that way we have these variables. We have these like local styles, just like we would have over in Figma. We're going to have them in Framer now, and we'll be able to assign everything everywhere. It's going to actually help us to build really, really fast. So how do we do this, right? So we have the segmented control and the 3 sections in the top left-hand section of Framer. And currently we are on the pages section. We could add a new page, and we have a bunch of options, and we'll talk about those later. Go over to the layers panel. This is very similar to Figma. You can see as I hover and roll over those different areas, it's going to highlight them on my canvas for me. And we also have an assets panel. The assets panel, again, very similar to Figma. We can create new components, we can create new styles, and we can create code elements, right? So we'll get into the code much later, and we'll get into components later. But right now what we want to do is create some local styles, just like you would in Figma. If you're like, I don't know Figma very well, how would I create a local style? Well, we can go back to Figma really quickly, and I'll show you, right? Right now, we have no local styles. You can see that because there's no local styles put into my project. But if I really liked this color, I could create a local style out of it by opening up those styles and creating one. I can name it. I can name it green, whatever it is, like that. Boom, now we have a local style. And the thought process here inside of Figma is wherever that local style is used, we don't want to just use the hex code or the value. We want to make sure that we're using the local style. Why? Because if I apply this in a couple of places and later on I decide I don't like that local style, I want to change it to purple, I change it here and it changes everywhere throughout my project. That's the idea of cascading style sheets. That's the idea of local styles. That's why we create them. So that's what we're recreating over here in Framer. It's just those local styles so that those styles can cascade for our entire website. Okay, so let's do that. It's very, very simple. I can just come in here and I can click on the color, and there's a couple of different ways. Like any good design tool, there's multiple ways to do the same thing. I'm going to select my style, and you can see that, or my element down here, it's just a frame basically, or a rectangle with the color white. I can click on that color white and I get my color palette that's kind of come up. Now I can create a new style by pressing here or the plus button. Let's create that new style, and we'll just call it white. Okay, and you'll see here that in Framer, we have something really, really interesting. We actually, currently we're operating in light mode, but we do have the opportunity to create something in dark mode. And we'll actually see how that comes into play later on. But for now, we can imagine that we want white to be white no matter what. This is more of a semantic, less of a semantic token and more of what you might call a primitive, right? So we don't want this to change. We want to be able to call on white. We want it to be white. And of course, it's simple to think, but what if we had it more of like an off-white? You know, we'd want to call that our light color. Maybe we want to do that instead. So we're not declaring it and trying to do semantic stuff inside of it. Cool. We've created our very first style. We can always find that style here, but look at that. We can now find our color style over on the left-hand panel. That's super helpful. We could also click something like, for instance, our black here. We could click the plus instead of going down to where the color is found in this bottom right-hand corner. Come up to the top, click the plus. Do we want to create a text style, a link style? Let's do a color style. Now, we don't actually have to have anything selected, right? We had nothing selected on here. It's going to allow us to do that. All we'd have to do is take our color picker and select, and then we'll name this, for instance, dark. And we don't care about the light or the dark mode there. We selected our dark color. Let's go ahead and create. And now you can see how simple it is to create those styles. So why don't we do this? We'll create another color style right here. Use our color picker. And then we'll call this one brand dash dark, something like that, because this is where we're going to start like maybe grouping things together. And if we want to group them, we could put the slash here. We have that created. Beautiful. Okay, we have brand slash dark. Let's create another one. We're going to create another color style, color picker. Boom, we'll hit that one. We'll name this one brand slash default. Okay, I mean, you can use dashes, you can use slashes, use whatever you want, whatever makes sense to you. Let's do one more color style, and we'll clip this one, and we'll call it brand slash light. Okay, so you have all the colors of the brand rainbow here. You could call these number values if you want. If you have a whole color range, for instance, or a color scale, 100 through 900, feel free to do it like that. However you feel comfortable. It's your project. This is how I'm going to set up my project, okay? And now, just cause I would love to go through and just make sure that I'm using the right color styles on all of these, because I'm actually going to save this style guide somewhere else. So I'm just going to make sure that I'm using the dark one for that. And one thing I really love about Framer in comparison to tools like Figma and other design tools is that when I have the color selector open, I can move it around and I can put it really close to where I'm working. And what I really love is that as I start selecting elements and committing like some sort of selection to it, it doesn't close. I can click right on the next one and just start assigning. So this is like super fast, and it didn't keep closing that menu. You'll notice like if I did that in Figma, it's going to close the menu every single time. I have to reopen it. That's something that Figma should probably implement because it's super smooth. Because in a moment, I just applied all the different, you can see them down here, all those different brand colors and the local styles to each of those little elements, okay? Now, in a very similar way, now we're gonna wanna apply our text styles that we've brought over, right? So we have our text style, this is our H1. We could do this again in a couple of different ways. You can come down here and you can see we have our text section. It's gonna let you select all the different elements, right? What's the contents written there? What's the font? What's the color? What's the spacing? What's the size? All of that. Or we could open up the styles. You can see that we have no styles. So we could create a new style. And because this is a website, because it's not a mobile application or it's not a Figma file, websites have, because this is how it works on the web, pretty strict ways that we deal with typography. It's going to be either a paragraph or it's going to be an H1 through H6. Now you can have multiples of these. That can get a little confusing. And for our project, we're only going to have one of each of these levels. But if you don't know much about web development, your H1 should be your large headline, and not just visually large, but your most prominent, the most important thing. Think of a newspaper from the 50s when it says some sort of giant big, the war has started. That's your big H1. And then maybe you have an H2, a second line of heading. That's the second level of visual importance, but also content importance, and on we would go. This is going to be our H1. So we just want to make sure that we select H1 there, and boom, we have our H1 style. Very easy. Let's do our H2, new style. Let's grab this one, and that's okay if it flipped the color. We're going to go H3. And now I know that we have our body copy right here. So why don't we make a new style there? and we'll create our paragraph style. Now these are link styles. So what we might do is actually, I believe this one was the button style and this one was the link style. I think they're pretty similar actually. If we look at the typography, they're intermedium and this one is interregular. So let's just go back and double check which one was which. We had this style, which was our interregular 16. That is what we would just call our standard link style, okay? So why don't we do that? We're going to create a new style here, and notice that I'm not making I'm not actually making a text style for this one. I'm going to make a link style for this one. Okay, so we'll hit link style here, and this new link style is all of those selections that we had selected here. Okay, perfect. There's another way you could have done that. We could have come here and we just removed our body style. So let's put that back really quick. Styles and new style. Paragraph. We went a little too far back. Let's just make really quickly, I'm going to fix something, and I'm just going to make this text just kind of collapse and make it a fit text box, not a fixed width text. And we can come up here to link, and that's where you can actually add those links, but we want to add the style. So let's just do that again really quickly. We'll do link style just like that. Now you'll notice that Framer breaks these up. We have text style, we have link styles, we have color styles. It's trying to separate all the different variations of components, or pardon me, of elements and styles in your project. Now, we know this is going to be button text. The button itself is going to be linkable. So let's just do a text style for this one. So we'll come down to text and we'll go to styles. New style for this one, we'll go paragraph here. Notice that it renames it to body 2. We can press edit on that and we can change the name of it or change all the details. But if you want to change the name, you just come up here and right click on it. We want to rename this to button text like that, okay? Just a little bit of a difference between the type size and the line height. So we just want to make sure we declare those, all right? So all of these are looking really, really good. We now have this style guide. We can grab the elements inside it if we want. But I think something that would be really fun right away is notice that all of this typography that we're using in our style guide, it has color that it's using. Which color should we use? Probably the local style colors, right? So why don't we grab all of this typography here? Like these definitely are all going to be like very loud white color, like just crisp white light color. And the color of them, we can actually select down here in the bottom left-hand side. We can just say, make all of those our light color. Again, why did we do that? Because we want to cascade our styles, right? That means if at any point we change light, we can click on our variable, and for some reason we wanted it to be red, it changes it everywhere. Notice the color style representation changed and our text style representation changed, okay? That's super helpful because now we have this style guide. I could actually just keep this here. I could keep it on the canvas with me. It's gonna work alongside. And if I'm starting to design things in my website and I see some issues there, well then, I can change it in one spot. I could change it and start to manipulate it on the style guide and it'll change everywhere. Or I can just start to manipulate the styles themselves. But it gives me as a designer a visual way to see all the styles in my project and see where they start to break down, see where they're not working, and make changes and visual edits on the fly. Now that we've done this, we actually have, believe it or not, a pretty decent amount of work done in our project. Because for instance, we can take our entire canvas for our desktop here and we could assign it one of our colors. So for instance, the whole website is dark. Let's make it dark just like that. We could, if we wanted to, press T for text and draw out a text area, and we could copy our text here from our website, paste it all in, and you go look at that and you go, that's not how it's supposed to be. Yeah, I know. Well, we could actually just select our element, select our text element here on our page. We can come down and we can select the style that we want. So let's select H1 there. Perfect, beautiful, wonderful. See, notice how it center aligned it and it gave it the right color and styling. And right now you'll notice that everything is absolutely positioned in our project. So this means that I can actually just start dragging and dropping. Now, you can build your website this way if you want. You can totally just have everything absolutely positioned, drag and drop them, but it's not going to be a very seamless experience. So now we're going to set up the rest of the basics of our project, which is going to make sure that our design, our website is going to be responsive from the very outset. We want to understand some of the basics of Framer to make the rest of our process super easy. It's going to flow really, really easy. Now again, You could do all this like by just copying and pasting and using the plugin. You pull everything over, but we want to build some things from scratch that are going to help us. Okay, so let's move over to the layers panel and see what we have in our desktop version. Now our desktop version is 1200 and our design was set at 1440. So first off, let's just set the width of our project to be 1440 so everything comes over seamless. Now, if you don't like 1440, it is a little bit wide, I'll be honest. You can set it at 1200, but we could also fix that later by determining the different breakpoints. And if you don't know what that means, stay with me. You're going to know what that means here very, very quickly. We have a fixed width. And when we set this fixed width, we definitely want fixed to be set for our width because that's going to establish our breakpoints, right? And you'll notice if I was to add a new tablet, it's going to create a new tablet breakpoint for me. It's going to say anything underneath the width of, let's say, 1439 by 1439 because our desktop is 1440. It's creating points in which the website will break into the new layout. Okay, that's why we call it a breakpoint. Let's say, for instance, I don't know why, but I want my headline to go vertical. When we hit that, like that size of 1439, you'll see that it's counting me at the top. I'm at 1440 right now. Anything above 1440, that's my desktop layout. As soon as I get close to that 1439, it's going to jump into however I rearrange my tablet layout. We have insane control about how things work in our website, which is really great. Let's get rid of that weird, funky layout for now, and let's address one of the big problems that we actually first dealt with. Is as we start to add things on our website, you'll notice they start to drip outside of the bounds or the height of our website. We don't want that. So that's why we're going to want to set our width to be height not fixed, but fit content. Now you're going to see like something's going to break really, really crazy, right? Everything's sucking up, it's tucking up, it's all pulling together, and it's just going to fit the content that's there. I would actually love to do the same thing with the content block that I'm working with, right? Currently, like it's set to grow. Why don't we set it instead of a fixed width, it's a fixed size. We could make this auto width just like in Figma, but let's make it auto height. See how all of a sudden immediately it's going to honor the height, the bounding box of our text. That also sucks up. The reason I'm pointing all of this out is so that you know that this panel, this sizing panel, is a place where a lot of the solutions to your problems are actually going to, like, you'll be able to resolve them right here. And so much of it comes back to just setting the height, the width, the sizing, and the clipping of whatever elements you're putting in your project directly right there. You'll be able to solve everything. Now what's great is I have text that is responding to the width of the element, and I have an entire artboard or frame that's responding as well. So as I start to add more, my website will grow. That feels really good to me, right? Because now all of a sudden, everything is growing with the content. Notice that when I did that, I get this special icon. This icon represents a stack. If you are used to working in Figma, we call that an auto layout. Things are going to automatically lay themselves out. In this case, notice the icon from top to bottom. Where do I find all the information to this layout stuff? Well, let's go back over to the right-hand panel. Look at this. Framers provided us with a nice handy-dandy little element here, or a little section called layout. Just like in Figma, we can see it's moving currently from top to bottom. We could make it move from left to right. That's a really weird website. Why don't we continue our website to stack from top to bottom? And we have all sorts of distribution options and alignment options. Do we want things to wrap? Do we want it to be a grid? We're going to be using a lot of this later, but just know when I set up my websites, I like the actual website itself, the container of the website, to be a stack that stacks everything from top to bottom. And then I like to pour things into it so my website stretches out with the height of it. And then all the elements inside, they can be their own stacks or auto layouts that I can start to manipulate layout. But let's do a little bit more global work here because right now everything in my website is running up against the edge of the website. That doesn't feel very nice. Why don't I grab the entire actual desktop or like layout, the entire frame. I'm just going to keep calling those frames. Why don't we just add a little bit of padding around it, just like in a design tool? Maybe 60 pixels of padding, top, left, bottom, and right would be helpful. That kind of spaces it out a little bit for me. And why don't we just add a couple more of these so we can see our website stretch out. Look at this. Now we have a nice scrollable website moving from top to bottom. This feels really good. Now, this is definitely not how we want our website to look. We're going to get rid of a lot of this excess content, but we now have building blocks to build any website we want. We have all of our styles, our local styles. We can assign typography and sizes and colors. And we have the container or the frame of our website set up so that it responds well, right? And you'll notice as I start to preview it by hitting that play button at the top or hitting Command or Control P on your keyboard, we actually start to get like some responsive nature. Our text isn't responding. And you might go, gosh, this is so confusing. Where did I go to fix that? Remember, top right is usually going to fix everything. Let's grab all of these elements. Notice the width of my element is set to fixed. That's not responsive. You can't have fixed widths and have things be responsive. But why don't we have it fill the container in which it's sitting? As soon as I press fill, you'll see everything spreads out to the edges. Now when I preview my website, it's going to fill and everything ebbs and flows a little bit more. We can actually delete all this excess text that we're working with. Now let's address a single piece of text. I actually have a hard line break. That means I've entered like return on my keyboard to get that second line. And we'll probably do that for our headline, but just know if I was to have everything flow and I bring my website back up, look at this, everything's flowing from left to right. We just need to make sure that our website is not set at a fixed height. We want to make sure that everything is fitting correctly. This is a very weird website, I'll say that. So I'm just gonna go up to insert here. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna hit F for frame. We're gonna draw a big rectangle. I'm gonna drag that in. And just like in Figma, we actually get that little line that tells us that's where we're gonna drop it. We're starting to build a little bit of a website. Now when I preview this, right, we see our text flow. But our image, you can imagine this being like an image or maybe like a video or something that we want to play, but it's not ebbing and flowing. How do we fix it? Again, trying to teach you. We go up here, we make it fill. Notice it fills out to the edges there. Now we have this really beautiful and responsive website. Now, the cool thing is, if we look at this and we go, man, 1440 is really, really wide for our website. And maybe we really like that line break in our headline. It's center aligned. These things are starting to crowd each other, but that's fine. Maybe we actually do want this to be more like 1200. We could move it that way. Maybe we could fix the width to 1200 that way. Remember, fixed width is okay for the width of the entire website. That's creating our breakpoints. Now we can create our tablet breakpoint. Look at how seamless that was. Because we set everything up appropriately so that it's fitting the content and growing the height, and things are set to a fit width. The content inside is filling and always pushing to the edge. When we pressed a new breakpoint, we didn't have to do a lot of finagling. Things just worked. And now if we want to make certain changes, like for instance, we want to override the color here for our headline, and let's add another breakpoint, our phone breakpoint. Notice how it just stacked everything accordingly, and we want to change the color of that one to maybe like our brand green. Now we have this responsive website that's down at 1200. Everything above it is going to be looking like this. As soon as we hit that 1200 mark, boom, it's going to switch the layout or the color, the override that I assigned. As soon as I get down to mobile, you can see how we are creating these media queries or these breakpoints. We've actually set up the foundation of our website. And this has covered a lot of you just wrapping your mind around Framer. This might be super basic and beneath you. You might go, I already knew all this stuff, but I want you to have these foundational principles down before we move forward. Because if you have these down, everything is just going to flow so much more simply, so much more cleaner, okay? First thing I'm going to do is, I've had fun with my tablet and my mobile, but I'm actually just going to design everything in the desktop first, and then we'll worry about those responsive elements. So let's build our very first piece of our layout, and then we'll start breaking into the responsive nature of things. I'm going to get rid of some of the elements that I've placed here on my canvas, and now we have the shortest, ugliest, dumbest looking website of all time. We can do that if we want. We can press publish with that. It's not going to be very attractive to clients and users who are checking out our website. Well, we are now going to go back over to our Figma file, and we're going to take a look at what we should be building. We have a navigation up top, and navigation is actually a little bit more of a complex thing. So we're going to throw in a placeholder navigation for now, and we're going to come back and style that thing out, because navigation is going to start to open up a can of worms that has to do with components, links, interactions, prototyping. So for now, we're going to lean on Framer and put in a temporary navigation. So let's come back to Framer knowing that we need a navigation up here. I'm actually just going to select and zoom in on my element or my website here. And I'm going to go into insert, and we have this handy dandy menu on the left-hand side. We have all sorts of really cool things. We have entire page sections that we can add in, or specific sections. So if maybe I want a landing page like this, if I click this, it's just going to add the whole thing in, which is nice. If I just want a specific section, like maybe a header here with like some buttons and call to action and an image behind it, I could drop one of those in. I'll show you that really quickly. We could just simply click here, and Framer's going to do that work and drop that predefined section in there for us. And it's already pre-styled. Everything's laid out. You'll notice if I come back to my layers panel, we have a new stack in there, and that is this new header image, this whole section that's there. We don't want that. We're going to do everything a little bit custom, and we were really looking for navigation. So why don't we come back to that insert menu and roll down to this amazing little navigation section here. Why don't we grab a really standard navigation, like maybe we'll take this one right here, and Framer is going to go ahead and insert that for us. Now I'm going to zoom in on my template, on my file, and now that everything's in a stack, really interesting, I could just, on my keyboard, I can press the up and down arrows, just like auto layout in Figma, and I can move things around in my layout, which is super convenient. That's so helpful. Like, we love that. We want that. Okay. So we're going to just come back over to our design, and you'll notice that in my design in Figma, it looks like my navigation kind of spans the width of the website no matter what. But over in Framer, it seems like we have some sort of padding going on for the entire website. Now, this is going to be where I'm going to infer a little bit of my preference and my workflow. Some people will work with a global padding structure, and maybe there's a time and a place for it that works and doesn't work. But I will say 9 times out of 10, what I actually want to do is I want to take the padding off of my entire website. You can see over here in my right-hand properties panel, I have 60 pixels of padding around the entire website. Let's get rid of that. Let's just drop it down to 0. And you'll see my navigation tucks in there really nicely. It's wonderful. But then we have that problem, right? Where my text, if I was just to do like a line break like this, my text is going to press all the way out to the outside, right? We don't necessarily want that. We don't want our website to look like this. This is really unruly. So again, the solve that you might have had was to put global padding across the whole thing. But my preference, my solve, and I think a lot of people's solve, is going to be to make sure that you wrap all of your text, everything that you're building, inside of sections and what we call wrappers, which I'll explain in a second. And we're going to set those to fill, but we're going to set some max widths on those. Let me explain to you what that means. You'll see here that throughout my website, it looks like the majority of the sections, even though as I start to look at this website and the width of it is around 1440, looks like a lot of the content, if I was to hit Shift R and open up the rulers here, it looks like a lot of the content actually is walking down this line on the left-hand side. And you can see the bounding boxes of my content are kind of matching that. Well, what's the width of these containing elements that I've set? Looks like the width there is about 1200 pixels. Now, 1200 pixels is actually the size of our website. If we wanted to be true to form, we could pump our website up to match the layout that we had in Figma of 1400 pixels. I think that's a little wide. I think 1200 is a much more common size for people who are viewing websites on laptops. Maybe think of a Mac, MacBook Pro, like a 13-inch. 1400 pixels is actually going to start spreading a little wide. So we probably should have designed that template over in Figma at around 1200 pixels to be safe. We didn't do that, but we can fix it here in Framer, no problem. So because we have 1200 pixels set here, we're probably going to want to start wrapping all of these elements. Notice here that they're just kind of flowing out, in La La Land. Like, we're going to have a piece of text here, and we're going to have this kind of chip element and a button. And if I was to start kind of placing those inside, why don't we do that really quickly? I have a headline here. I'm going to actually take this and I'll just use my styles that we have set up over here in the right-hand panel. I'll use body text there. Why don't we pop that one up above? What did it say there? Join, not join to waitlist, but join the waitlist. Let's do that instead. Join the wait list, something like that. And you can see that text is spanning all the way. See those blue bounding boxes all the way to the edges? That's what we're going to fix right now. Let's pop this down below. Looks like we also had some text in here. Why don't we just grab this text, and pop that in. And it looks like we had a button that says get started. So why don't we come down here and just type the words get started, and we know that's going to be a button, and thankfully we have some button text, like a style set up for that. So we're just going to kind of prep our button. Now this is what we would call kind of like our hero section or our lockup that we have going on here. Underneath that we have a pretty big element, like maybe this big image element. We can actually grab that thing right now, this whole image element, and I could, you know, export this out, get it on my desktop, import it, or I could just use that handy dandy Figma to HTML with Framer. I can grab that whole thing. You can see it says it's copied the layers. All I have to do is paste it in Framer. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to click on that button so that whatever I add adds below it. I'll just hit Command or Control V. You can see Framer's going to do that work and paste the whole thing in. Look at this. We're starting to build a little bit of a website. Now the whole thing feels, again, a little bit unruly. It feels like there's no rules it's really following. It's kind of just stacking everything up, and it's just pushing everything out to the very edges, and I don't even have a lot of responsive nature to it. We're going to solve all of that, but back to this main idea, which is containing sections. So we've created this hero section over in Figma. We need to kind of contain that section here in Framer as well. And all this content that we talked about is part of it. Our navigation is separate. We're going to keep that out. We're going to grab everything from that little top chip all the way down to this image. Why don't we just name this our hero image in our layers? Always name your layers, kids. And we're going to grab all of those, and we can either right click on those and we can say add to stack, or we can add them to, we can just use this hotkey. Now you might be seeing this other command right above it that says add to frame. What's the difference between a frame and a stack? Well, this is going to be just like in Figma, and let's go demo it in a place that's really easy to demo. I have, for instance, the ability to grab all of these elements. Let's say I'm going to grab these color elements. We'll drag a new one out here. All of these are currently just grouped together. We can ungroup these really quickly, drag them out of whatever that was. You can see each of these are their individual elements. I could draw a frame around them, and now they're all contained. They're together. I can move them around as one unit, but all of these are kind of just loosely placed. This is kind of like what we would call absolute positioning inside of website development, front-end development, inside of Framer. They don't have any defined structure to them, right? And again, we can remove the background so we can see they're placed in any way I want them to be placed inside of this frame. But if I was to add auto layout to this, you can see immediately it becomes structured. That auto layout frame is going to suck up and actually create some sort of predefined structure. My layout is currently moving from left to right. I can make it move from top to bottom. So when we add layout, auto layout in Figma, we have layout control, and that parent container now dictates quite a bit of the behavior of the children inside, the children being all of the elements. Well, that's the same thing over here in Framer, right? So if we want to add things to a frame, we can do that. We'll just simply add them to a frame, and they're just kind of loosely contained, right? I can move them around. I can do all of that. But the minute I take that frame and I decide to add a layout to it, just like that, we've added it to a stack. We could have done it those other ways by right-clicking or hitting that hotkey, but now it's in a stack. We also have other forms of layout control. We have CSS grid rock in here, but a lot of times stacks are going to be the hotness. They're going to be the magic that you need. So now we have this stack. Like any other stack, I can take elements and move them around, but I can also dictate what's going to happen to the children inside through controlling the stack. For instance, if I want to put everything going from left to right, I can do that. See how they're stacked now from left to right, top to bottom. I can move things and push them over to the left. I can change the way that they're distributed. I can wrap elements. There's all sorts of little goodies. I can change the gap space that we have in between things. Currently it's set to 10. Maybe I want to expand that. We can do that. Now, again, red flag, warning, caution. I created a stack here, and you'll notice as I start to change the gap, things start to move outside, like top and bottom. It's cutting everything off. You know the answer to this. That's that basic size and kind of positioning issue that we had before. We need to move this from being height of fixed to height of fit content. When we do that, look at that. it immediately kicks it over. It respects the growing size of our family here, our stack, and everything grows together. So that feels really, really nice. We've put everything together inside of a stack. What I want to do is rename this and just call it Hero Section. And my naming convention is actually going to be to call things section dash whatever it is. So section hero, we have this beautiful section hero. Now we can put it together and you can see there's some sort of kind of like static nature to the width as well. Again, that's another one of our sizing issues. We can see the width of that stack is 1200. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's good for you. But in the world of responsive websites, probably not so good, right? We want to be able to respond. And so what we want to do is we want to fill the width of the parent container. So now we kind of have a multi-tiered parent-child relationship. Stay with me. I don't want to blow your mind right now, but we had back here in Figma, we talked about setting up an auto layout. We now have a parent, that's the auto layout frame, and we have the children, right? And they have some control, but they are mainly dictated by the parent. Well, we can do that in multiple tiers. Now we have, for instance, our individual elements inside. Those are all of our children, and they are nested comfortably inside of their parent called Section Hero. But that parent is nested comfortably inside of another auto layout called Desktop. It's kind of like a parent, child, parent, grandparent. And we are going to create this beautiful family tree. Everything starts to respect one another. This is how we create really, really beautiful, responsive, seamless websites, okay? So what we're saying is, hey children, we want you to spread the width, span the width, and always fill the width of your parent, Mr. or Mrs. Section Hero. Section Hero, we want you to do the same. We want you to span the width. As soon as we've done that, we preview, we now get all of this sort of responsive nature. Now our image is really funky, but just check the text. Look how beautiful that text is. It's starting to respond, okay? Beautiful, wonderful. That's exactly what we want, okay? Now, you'll notice we're still getting that issue when we preview where the text is butting right up against the edge. And this is how we started the conversation. We had that global padding. Well, why don't we instead set a little bit of padding here on the Section Hero? Like for instance, we could put something like 32 pixels of padding on the Section Hero. Now when we press play, look at that. It looks like we have this nice, beautiful, consistent line. It's always going to kind of break or wrap the lines before we hit the edge. We're building websites, y'all. We're making stuff look beautiful right now. Why don't we fix this quick little image issue that we have here because we don't like what's happening there. You can see the fact, the problem is that we're not locking the constraints here. So we want this to be filled. We want to fill the width, but it's also going to try to respect the height. And boom, as soon as we did that, now we have nice ebbing and flowing, and it's not warping our image. See how much of your problems are going to be solved here in the sizing area. And that's just a simple quick fix every time you insert new elements. We've actually got a pretty decent layout going here, but we do have this problem. And this is a little bit of a conversation to have when it comes to developing websites is, do you want to have a max width or do you not want to have a max width? Some people would love it for their websites to continually grow. If I'm looking at this on a 32-inch monitor, man, that image is going to continue to grow and that text is going to continue to span if it can. But some people would argue that there should probably be a reasonable max width here containing elements, or what we call wrappers. Okay, you can see inside here we have this section. It's wrapping all of the content, and so maybe we want to set a max width there to limit the growth. Let it grow, let it shrink, let it ebb and flow and be responsive. But at a certain point, let's control it a little bit, and we can use max width to do so. So we're grabbing Section Hero here. We're just going to come over here to the right-hand properties panel, and look at that. We can add a min or max width. Why don't we add a max width to this section? And this is where we can start to set a fixed width, okay? So let's respect that 1200, and if I just type pixel in after and hit enter, it's going to turn it into a fixed max width. And you know what? Since our actual screen size is 1200, why don't we set this to something even a little bit less? Maybe something like 1000 as a max width. Look at that. We'll just notice there that it immediately kind of captured it and shrunk it inside of that max width, right? So we can shrink down and we get responsive. As we start to grow, it's never going to grow above that max width. Now, developing websites in Framer is very interesting because we basically are just designing the site and adding all the properties that we want. But please keep in mind that we're building websites. So all of this does inevitably end up becoming code. And what we're doing right now is we're actually coding max widths onto these elements, this wrapper, this containing element that we've created. In other platforms, or let's say you're going to hand code a website right now by yourself. If I was to do this, I would probably create what's called a class, a CSS class. And that's a reusable element that I could tack onto any piece of code, any containing element or a div where I have stuff inside of it. And I can say class of max width 1000, or I could call this a class of wrapper, and inside of that wrapper, it's going to have a max width. And I can take that class and I can apply it to every other thing that I do on my website, right? So I could come in here and say, hey, I'm going to build a new frame down below. So I could just write F here and I could push this frame inside and I'd be able to put some sort of class on it that's called class wrapper, and it would do all those things. And I could add all sorts of stuff in front end code. That class of wrapper could say, the background's going to be blue, the size is going to be this, the corners are going to be like this, and it just happens. Those styles, this is what CSS means, cascading style sheets, those styles would cascade. Now, we don't have this ability to do classes inside of Framer, and that can actually be a plus because those can get pretty messy to maintain. You start creating combined classes, and if you don't know how to build websites, let me just tell you, sometimes it can be a little bit of a pain, and that starts to get away from this idea of designers being able to create websites without having to think and program any sort of code. So that's why Framer exists. That's what it does best. And so the way that we would do this is we would style a section, a wrapper, like the way that we've done, a section hero. And then we would just reuse that section hero anytime we do something. So for instance, I could just copy it right now and I can add another one of these down below. I could delete all the content that was inside of that section hero. And I can just rename this, and I'm going to put a little question mark here. And this is what I like to do is now I have a section that is living here and it's waiting, and I could actually just maybe add one piece of text inside of it and it starts to respond. Okay. And I'm just going to put the word section in here. That's a big H1, right? And now we have a section. Anytime I want to create a consistent line, and you'll notice this, like maybe I want to add another image inside of this section, and maybe we would rename this section to be like section value propositions, section testimonials, section footer. We're going to have all of these sections running down the page, these containing elements. Get in this thought process with me. When I do that, all of them have that same consistent, those sizing settings that we've given them, right? They're set to a certain width. They auto expand the height. They have a 1000 pixel max width to all of them. This is great news for us because when I go ahead and preview my website, I can actually start to scroll down. Look at this nice, beautiful, firm line that we get down the side here. Everything is going to max out there, and that's where we get consistency in our y-axis, in our vertical axis, okay? Now I have this beautiful section, this consistency, and I can create as many of these as I want, right? You can see in my layers panel. So I can have multiple sections going down. I'm just gonna click off of it. I'm gonna hit Control L, and that's going to collapse all of my layers. Look at all those sections I have on my website. Look at this thing. Now I get to fill those sections with whatever I want. What do I want? Well, I'm probably going to want to fill it with all of these because, again, we're building these reusable sections. So I can see this is going to be our section header. This is going to be our section features. This is going to be our section preview. This is going to be our section workflow. This is going to be your section pricing, and on we go. We're starting to build out these wonderful, like reusable settings inside of Framer. Okay. Now we have some background imagery and stuff in here, and we're going to want to start building some buttons. So let's get back to our hero section and actually make this thing like fly really, really well. Okay. To do that, I'm just going to get in here and I'm going to start looking at my elements that I have. I have this big, colorful, abstract 3D element that I made. And so we're going to need that. And we also have these background blurs, right? So I'm just going to group those two background blurs together because they seem to be kind of one in the same. And why don't I grab both of these things? I'm just going to rename this thing so I have it. I'm going to call it blur. I'm going to call this abstract 3D and I'll just call it number 1, numero uno. Why don't we grab both of those? And again, we're going to use that Figma to HTML to Framer to copy those assets for us. Again, that copy assets is really just skipping the whole export it out of Figma, import it into Framer, but you could totally do that if you want to, okay? We're going to bring everything now in here. I'm just going to Command V and paste, and boom, we've got those elements in. We can drag them over onto our infinite canvas. Look at all these fun things we have to play with. We got our blur. It's got those 2 separate pieces behind. We have our 3D image. We're rocking right now. I'm going to drop these into my hero layout, and it's about to just break everything. And we know it's going to break everything. That's fine. It's okay. Stay with me, okay? Why don't I drag this big 3D element in? You can see our stack wants to put it right in line in the flow of the document. I'm going to do the same thing with my blur. It's going to space everything out. Okay, great. Fantastic. It's not quite in there yet. Let's get it inside the layers panel. Man, we just blew everything up, did we not? I'm going to move both of these things. Like, let's just click inside here. We have our blur. We have our abstract element here on top. Why don't we just put those all the way at the top? I'm just clicking up and down on my keyboard because it is a stack. I'm going to go ahead and move them around for me. Okay, great. So they are now inside of my section hero, and this is where we get our next thing that you really need to know. Remember, we really dialed in on this size panel. So many of the fixes that you'll make are here in the size panel. One of the other ones is right above it, and that's the position panel. When we put things inside of an auto layout, inside of one of these stacks in Framer, all those elements need to be relative to the parent. And that's the setting that we have on everything right now. Our text, our image, everything is relative. Did I say relevant? Kind of relevant, but more than that, it is relative. So everything's relative to the parent, right? And it's saying relative basically means, hey, it is a relative. It's connected, and I'm going to do what my parent tells me to do. My parent has told me to stay in the flow of the document. Now, how do we break things out of the flow of the document? How do we give the child just a little bit more freedom, right? How do we tell them, hey, you can go a little further down the street. You can ride your bike around the corner. How do we tell them to make their own choices? Well, we're going to grab that element and we're going to change that setting from relative to absolute position. As soon as we do that, notice how it just, it jumped out of the natural flow of the document, the natural flow of the stack. We could do the same thing with our child that's named Blur. That's a weird name for a child, by the way. And we can just turn that one to be absolutely positioned. Look how it just moved everything back up to the top, right? The rest of our layout is now back up to the top. And now we can actually grab, and if we want to make things really easy on us, we can just right click, select all of those, or we can hit Command L. We can lock the rest of our layout. Now we can grab our absolutely positioned elements and we can drag and drop them. We can move them around. What are we trying to do? We're trying to get them in the background here, right? To match. Let's just move our stuff out of the way. We're trying to get them behind our image to kind of glow up. We want this fun image there as well. We might even animate it. Could be a good time. So how do we do that? You'll notice I have this absolute positioned element. I could try to move it to the bottom. That doesn't actually change anything. Why is it not changing anything? Well, that's because we're going to introduce a new feature, this new idea or concept of the Z index. When you put things in absolute position and it's near other things that are relatively positioned, the website has no idea where you want those. The concept of a layers panel and layers actually starts to break down. So we actually need to stylize it. And we have different axes inside of design, right? The y-axis runs up and down. You remember because the y is tall. You have the x-axis that runs side to side, but you also have the z-index or the z-axis that runs in 3 dimension, towards you or away from you, towards the camera or away from the camera. And that's the issue we're having right now, is that our blur and our abstract element, they have no z-index, right? That we're not telling it what to do. Currently, our z-index is set to 1. Right? And so we could actually just move that back, set it to 0, and it jumps behind. Why don't we do the same thing with our blur, set it to 0, and it jumps behind all the rest of our content. Now we can grab our elements and we can continue to space them, size them, put them exactly where we want, right? I'm just going to move my blur first. Why don't we just, I'm using my keyboard now to kind of blur up a little bit. And we have our abstract shape and we want it to blur or kind of come up and over. And it's really, our layout's starting to get really, really cramped. So why don't we just unlock, right? Command L to unlock everything. Why don't we space them apart? How do we do that? Not with the individual kids that are respecting their parent, that are relatively positioned, but instead we do that by allowing the parent to give the command. Our section hero is a layout, and we can tell it to increase the gap and the spacing of everything. So why don't we just increase a little bit of that gap? Now we're going to run into a little bit of a design principle here of proximity, where we need some things to be a little bit more closely related, right? We want to spread things out, and doing the gap there didn't really help us very much, because if we start to spread things out too much, these pieces of text don't seem like they really belong to anything, right? So we could just kind of go back and check our design. We see that this one is about 24 away, 24 away. Everything's about 24 away. So why don't we jump our spacing back down to 24? Well, why doesn't it look right? Well, it's probably because the bottom of these things, our image is not 24, it's 80. And you can see, actually, all of these elements inside of Figma are actually contained within their own container. We have to introduce another parent-child relationship. We want to grab all of our elements that are inside of our text lock up here and press Command, Control, Enter, and we're going to put those in a new stack. And why do we do that? So that now we can come up and grab our actual grandparent here, our section hero. And this is, I'm going to call this our hero lockup, just so we can see it really clearly. And this is where we might want to add some padding to the top and to the bottom. So why don't we add some padding here to the top, or actually, instead of doing that, we might want to do padding on our hero lockup to the top and bottom. This is just going to space everything else around it. So we have 32 here. Why don't we jump up to 40 on the top and 40 on the bottom? I think it was 80 and 80, was it not? So let's go up to 80 and 80, and now we have that nice clear space. The breathing room is now there, right? We can come back into our text lockup, our hero lockup here, and just make sure that the gap is appropriate so that it has breathing room of its own. But now we have this nice breathable element that's happening here, right? Okay, great. So far, so good. Let's get back to what we were trying to do there. Why don't we lock our hero lockup? Why don't we grab our hero image? That one's fine. Let's lock that as well. Why don't we get back to that abstract 3D element? It's kind of just peeking out a little bit more. So I'm just going to nudge it up. I'm holding down Shift to nudge it by 10. Our blur seems to be, kind of like dead center in between that kind of gap there. So I think we're doing well. I like a little bit of it just kind of hinting and glowing. It was really far up here. I don't like that. I like it to go down a little bit more, okay? That feels pretty good. Let's preview our website and just check it out. It's looking pretty good, and it's responsive, and we'll deal with some of those responsive movements here a little bit later. But this so far looks pretty good. We're actually going to create our first component right now, which is really, really fun. Components are just like components in Figma, components in Framer, right? Reusable items. So we're going to do that by creating a button. So let's do that. So we have this get started thing here, and we have this button style that you'll see all throughout. We're actually going to create kind of a complex button. So let's get into it. It's a pill style button. You'll notice it has a little bit of a border, has a little bit of a glow, and a gradient all happening inside of it, okay? So what we could actually do if we wanted to kind of fast forward this process, we could cheat if you want, and we could just Figma to HTML and Framer plugin, come on over, and why don't we paste it inside, and boom. Just like that, we got ourselves a button. Okay, so what this is really doing is we have this kind of link. Let's just rename it over here. Let's call it button, like so. And inside of it, it has a little bit of a border, looks like going on there, and then it has the actual text. What we want to do is make sure we're using the correct text. So why don't we grab style and hit button text. And we can change the color because it's definitely that dark green inside of our design. Boom, just like that. And the button itself is using a radial gradient, and that's where we're getting that nice little kind of glare in the middle. Pretty cool. We don't actually need the border element there. We could just put a border directly on the button. So I've deleted there was a border layer inside. Don't need to do that. We're just going to select the actual element itself, and then we can get inside here and just look for the border. Why don't we add a little bit of a border? Why don't we make it our dark green like that, and then we'll just bring the opacity of it back. It's an internal border. We're going to jump down to 25 pixels. That looks pretty stinking close, y'all. Okay, so now we have a little bit of our button. We want to make sure that as our button grows, which it's not right now, we want it to expand, right? So let's make sure, how do we fix this? How do we fix the problem of fixed width? You got it. We go back up to the sizing elements, right? Our width needs to fit the content like so. And our text also needs to fit the content. Boom, we've done it just like that. Let's come back up to our button. We're gonna need a little bit of padding. Also, we have this top and bottom thing. So why don't we fit the content horizontally and vertically? And why don't we create some padding instead? Okay, something like that looks pretty good. Why don't we drop down to 16? I like it a lot. Okay, so now we have this natural padding all around our button, and our button will continue to grow, hopefully. Wow, let's see. Fit, yep, absolutely. And width of fit, we like that. Let's make it fit the content here as well. Hey, so far, so good. It should be working, okay? So, again, our button grows as our text inside of it grows, which is what we want. This is the idea of like setting up a really reusable component before you ever even turn it into a component. How do you do that? How do you turn something into a component? Well, the simple way is to right click on whatever you're working on, and you can actually go right here to the command of create a component. You can also do that with the hotkey of Command Option K. So let's just do it here. Boom. It's going to tell us you're creating a new component. What do you want to call it? I'm going to call this button. I know that's like really clever, but that's what it is. It's a button. All right, so let's create that. And it sends us into the component editing space, the workspace, okay? Notice our breadcrumb up here. We're on the home page, but now we're working on this specific component. Once we're inside of our component workspace, we have a couple of things. I mean, infinite canvas, we can move around. There's our button, just like we talked about. And we can do a couple of things, and we're gonna do a couple of things right now, which is we're gonna create some variables or properties for our button so that it's super reusable. And then we're also gonna create some different states for this button. So let's jump into it. We'll select it. Notice that the name of it is variant 1 primary. So we'll just call this, let's call this green. Okay, and that's our primary. That primary tag is very important because we can create other variants of this. But first thing we want to do is any good button has a hover and or a pressed state. So it always provides it. As soon as we select it, click on hover right here, we will create a new hover state. Notice our prototyping line that happens there, okay? So that's an interaction that's actually happening on our button, and it's baked right in. So now we can make some sort of change. Like, what kind of change do we want to make? Maybe it would be fun to take our radial gradient, and maybe we can expand our radial gradient like that. Maybe even shift it down to the bottom, something like that. And now we can actually jump out really quickly. Let's click on our primary. I'm actually going to press Command or Control P, and you can just preview stuff right here. Notice that when I hover over, I get that nice interaction that's happening, okay? So that feels pretty good, okay? I like that. That's a very simple little like hover animation. Maybe we want to do one more little thing, and we can either darken or lighten our text. Let's darken it. Yeah, let's go more green. Let's darken it. I think darkening it will be better. Let's go brand green, and then we'll pull it down to this darker state. And let's make sure we got that brand green, and let's pull it up to a little bit of a lighter state like that. Okay, so now we're going to see a pretty decent change in our button. Okay, absolutely. That's really cool. I like that a lot. Okay, we can do way more complex things, but look at that. Now we have our button. We can get rid of that little get started element that was there. Our buttons look a little bit taller than our ones here. I think that we're hitting about a height of 46. Let's see, and this one is, if I was to move it over really quickly, if I wanted to measure it, if I want to go to fixed, we're at about a 51. It's close enough. It's not bad. If you want it to be pixel perfect, you get after it. For me, that looks pretty good. I like it. Okay. So we've now created our interactive button, right? So now we have our hover state in there, which is really, really cool. And we have, so far, responsiveness that's working. I like it a lot. And we have those kind of absolutely positioned elements that we're going to work with when we get into our stuff, which is going to be good. So everything feels good. Let's just set our navigation to fill right now so that it's moving along nicely. Great. Awesome. Okay. So far, so good. We have a decent version of our section. I think we got to build our little chip up here, don't we? We do. So again, we could just do that like by copying, but let's build this one custom. I think that would be good. Why don't we make this width not fill, but fit the content? And right now it's just a piece of text. Why don't we add it into its own little frame or its own little stack, aka auto layout? Command, Option, Enter. Boom, I add it to its own little stack. I'm going to call this a chip. I'm probably going to turn this into a component, and then we're going to do what I said I was going to do with the button component, but didn't get around to it. We're going to add properties and variables to both of these components, which is going to be really fun. Okay, so we have this thing. We want to make sure that we are fitting the content. The text is fitting the content. Great. Just like in Figma, stacks inside of Framer are stylable, that you can create components out of them. So that's what we're going to do right now. We're just going to try to match the style here. It looks like we're using let's see, a fill here. What is our fill? Let's turn our layer panel back on. Here it is. Yeah, it looks like we are using actually just kind of like a faded white inside of it, but it's actually kind of translating to be more of like a gray color. So let me just grab that color really quickly. I have my chip. It's stacking left to right. Doesn't really matter. It's going to be single line. Left to right works though, in case I want to put any sort of other little element like an icon inside of it. I like that a lot. So why don't we just change the fill here, and I'm going to pop in my 161616. I might use that. So why don't we turn that into a new style? We're going to call this neutral dash 100. And actually I've been using slashes for stuff. So why don't we call it neutral slash 100? Okay, great, like that. We're gonna do a little bit of padding like we did before. Maybe 8 pixels like that. And then why don't we do a little border radius, because that's what's happening there. I always just like to do 360 to guarantee that it is going to, encapsulate everything. It also has a little bit of a border, so let's add that border in. I'm just pointing out, this might seem really tedious, but I'm pointing out all these little things so that you see that it's just like a design tool. It is a design tool, right? We're doing all of this not in code, but instead we're doing it inside of all the selectors over here on the left-hand side. I'm going to click white. I'm going to bring the stroke of that down. And you know what? I'm going to do some custom padding on this because I feel like it's a little bit tall on the top and bottom. Doesn't need to be so tall, but I think I need just a little bit more oomph on the left and right-hand side. So we're going to go 4 and we're going to go 16, these custom kind of paddings there. That's really, really good. I think that's just about perfect. And it looks like it's pure white, and we have this one not being a pure white. So why don't we make it a pure white like that? Feels really good. And okay, great. I like that. That's great. That is going to be a component. So why don't we turn that into a component? Command Option K. Boom. We're going to call that our chip component. Could rename it if we want. But let's just call it our chip, like so. Great. Now, this is where we're going to add those. We're going to do it here and also to the button. We're going to add those variables or those properties just like you could inside of Figma, so that we don't have to constantly double click inside of things. We're going to create what I like to call our own little control panel for each component, that we can control things, instances of that component and all of its elements right there when we place it on the canvas. We don't have to create multiple variants of stuff, and we shouldn't need that, right? We should be able to control things. Like for instance, one of the simplest things I probably want to control is the text that goes inside here. Now that I have this component, you can see I have an instance of it out here. I could grab another one from my assets up top, and I could just drag that thing out and boom, just like that. But what happens if I want to change the text? You would maybe first instinct try to double click on it. Can't, right? It's just going to bring you into component editing space. That's not what we want. What we want is to be able to control the text inside of our design project. To do that, I'm going to select the text, and just like in our favorite design tool, we have some options right here. I'm actually going to press Content, and I'm going to create a variable. It's just going to be plain text. I just want to write in a little plain text field. And when we do that, we get our variables menu. What is this going to be? It's going to be our label. We're building our control panel right now, right? And we could add a description. Probably don't need one. We're going to call this, the default that's going to be sitting there is chip label. Does it have a placeholder? It doesn't need a placeholder. Or maybe we could just say, join the wait list, something like that. Is it a text area, like a text box? No, it's just going to be a single line because we want to control these a little bit. I'm going to click off of that, and now I've added that content variable to it. When I come back, look at what we just created. We created our own little variable space, our own little chip component that has some different controls down below. So now, if I delete this one, Nothing's inside. You see a little placeholder inside here says join the wait list. We could do that. Join the wait list. Beautiful. We've added it, and now we can edit each of these. And if I want to edit the component, the master, I can click right there. If I want to edit the content that's inside, I can actually click here on the label. I can go back and we can like change any of the stuff that's in there, right? Okay, beautiful. I love it. It looks really good. Let's do the same thing for our button, shall we? You can see our button has no controls in our little control center. Let's click on that. Let's do the same thing there. And we're going to see something really cool happen here, actually, which is kind of fun. So why don't we, just for fun, really quickly, before we change that, why don't we add what's called a variant? We added a hover state. We probably need a new variable state, right? So imagine if you need a green button, maybe there's a white button, maybe there's a black button, maybe there's an outlined button. Do we have to create separate components for all of those? No, that's not what we do in our design tool. And since Framer's a design tool, we don't have to do that either. So we're just going to click variant 2. Notice that I named the first one green. Why don't we name this one? Let's just name it white. Let's make a white button. That'll be nice. And to do that, it's a variant of the primary. That's why the word primary is so important. We're going to come over here and just change the fill. Why don't we just change it to a normal thing right there, and then inside we'll change the color. We'll just use pure black, our dark color that we have, and now that variant can actually have its own hover state. So why don't we create a hover state, and what do we want to do? What do we want to do? Why don't we change it to like brand light, that light color green. That works for us. We have that nice hover happening now. We like it. Everything feels good. Okay, now what can I do here is, well, let's go back one more time and show the cool thing, is we need to create that content management there as well, right? So let's just go back in. Right now it says get started. We want to create a variable, plain text. We're going to call this button label, like so. Default's there, the placeholder, none. That's fine. We'll just go just like so. Great. And now we have a control panel. But notice in our control panel, what else do we have? Not only can we change the button text here, but we also have access to the different variants right here from our actual design. So I can go, hey, give me the white button, give me the green button, and they're all managed from that single component system. That component has multiple variants. That variant has its own hover, its own active state, all those kinds of things. It's a great system, okay? We have almost entirely created or recreated the design for our main section here, okay? We're gonna create maybe one more section and we'll see how we do. And we might have to recreate these cards really quickly, but then what we'll focus on the responsive layouts of all of these. And we might hit navigation right now as well, okay? So let's do that. We are going to move on to our next section. And what I like is, again, I could, if I wanted to, I could just copy everything that I got going on here. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab this hero lockup. I'm going to come down to my next section. And I believe that next section has to do with features. So I'm going to call this section dash features, like that. Boom. Because it has the same style, all that padding and max width and stuff. Oh, I love efficiency. It makes my life so good. I'm going to come inside of that new section features. I'm going to grab this element. I'm going to paste. Let's get rid of this old one. Now we have, again, check it out. We have this lockup section here, right? So why don't we, instead of calling this hero lockup, why don't we just call this lockup or text lockup? Because we basically just reused our text lockup. And it's got all the same spacing and gap inside of it. And because look, our next section, it features a chip, a headline of some sort, a smaller headline, but also some body copy. So it should probably have that same consistency. This one does not have a button. We just delete it out of there really quickly. It's going to have an H2 instead of an H1. So why don't we grab our H1 and just swap that over to an H2. Oh, it's perfection. Everything is coming together. Why don't we just see what our text says here? It says features. This says explore powerful features. Let's do that. Beautiful. And we could change the text here to say features. And then we had some text underneath it. Boom, like that. Why don't we just update that as well? Oh, it's so wonderful how fast that happened. We just built out that text lockup. Why? Because we had it built already. So we just keep leaning on what we've already done. I'm going to delete a couple of these extra sections. Boom, boom. I just need one. In case I need it, it is there for me. And you know what? Why don't we just really quickly if I need a section, I'm probably going to need like a text lockup. Okay, so pretty cool. I'm just going to section with lockup. Man, I can use that later if I need it. Wonderful. I'm so happy about everything that's happening right now. Join the wait list. We got our features section. What's happening underneath? We got a series of cards. Okay, so we could rebuild all of this. Why don't we cheat really quickly and just grab one? And this time we will use the Figma to HTML to Framer plugin. It's going to copy those layers. Let's bring it over. Let's just collapse Control L and just open up just our section so it doesn't get messy. I like to do that a lot. As I'm working, collapse the layers, just focus on what you're focusing on, which is this specific section, right? I'm going to be inside here like so. I got my actual section feature selected so that when I paste, it pastes it directly inside. Now notice that we're going to point out something really cool here. Notice that it pasted it in. Obviously, you guys are champs at this moment. By this point, you understand that there's a sizing issue going on here. We can fix that really, really simply, right? But what's also happening here is something we haven't discussed is containing elements and clipping the content or hiding the content that extends outside of them, right? We do this all the time inside of Figma. If I go back to Figma and let's say I have, for instance, something like this, I'm going to take my element. Notice how the content gets clipped as it starts to extend outside of this container. Well, that's because we have our content set to clip inside of Figma. So we can unclip that. Notice that it shows, but now the parent container also is clipping the content. Look at that. So we can have these things kind of hanging off the side. We just need to unclip the content. The same concept exists here inside of Framer, except we don't call it clip content. We call it visibility. Okay. So for instance, we have things that are being clipped outside, things that are extending outside of our parent container, our section features here. Where do we fix that? What do we do with that? You can just roll down right to here. It should be here at least. Boom, we got a section there and it says overflow. Okay, so what do we do with all the content that's flowing over or overflowing? Right now it's set to hidden. We could set it to visible and all of a sudden it expands past it. Now that becomes a little bit of a design choice, a little bit of a functionality choice. What do you want to do with it? We don't need it actually to overflow because we're trying to contain everything. So I could keep it on, I could turn it off. It doesn't really matter. My bigger issue is the sizing of this individual element because it's certainly currently set to fixed at 1200 width. Why don't we set it to fill instead? That's going to shrink it down inside. That is much better for us. Okay. So when we do that, again, we get a little bit of weirdness happening inside. That's okay. We're going to get rid of that little text link. We're going to fix all of this really quickly. This is a chip. Hey, we have a component for that. Why don't we grab our assets and just pull our chip in? And it's a little bit different. Oh, I think we need a variant. A little bit of a lighter variant because this one's using let's see, our fill it's like a little bit more of that like light color. So here's a new color. Why don't we just really quickly come here and we'll edit our component. I'm going to create a new variant of it and I'm going to call this one was variant 1 or the primary one. We'll call this one dark. Why don't we call this next one light? Something like that. What's the background of our chip gonna be? We get to figure it out right now. Currently it's using neutral 100. Why don't we move it to that lighter version and then create a style out of it, okay? Now we have our neutral, and this one actually should be 100. So let's do neutral dash 300 here really quickly. Let's go over to our assets. Let's fix our naming convention. I'm not liking what's happening. Usually it gets darker as it gets higher, right? So why don't we just rename this one to be neutral 200, and now we will rename this one to be neutral 100. We're going to go from light to dark like that. Okay, great. So we're using our neutral 100 there on that chip. That feels really good. My friend Wendy Robledo, who is also one of my design champs, said, "Bless you." Thank you, Wendy. I appreciate you. I also think like the text here is a little bit bigger than is what is currently here. We're using it's 14. What do we got going on here? What do we got going on here for our text? Our body, and we could just like look at it. It's using 18. So we need a new style here, folks. Let's get it out of the body here and jump it down to 14, right? And we'll call this our chip text. So let's create a new style out of it, shall we? Boom, like this. Yeah, let's go new style. We'll call this a new paragraph style, but it's okay because we're going to rename this. We're going to name this, where did it go? Over here. Pop, 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 pop. That body 2 is our little 14. We might actually, if we want to, call it body large, body small, but this one specifically is for the text. So why don't we just rename it to be chip text? Oh, I love it. I really like capitals apparently, so let's keep that system going. Great. Now we have the chip text being used. Boom. Let's just find it. Chip text, like so. Click off of it, click back on, and now it's using the chip text. Okay, now our chips are going to look right, and we have the light version of our chip. So why don't we just swap that over to our light version? Ah, it looks so much better, and we can call this feature numero uno, like that. Beautiful. Okay, let's get rid of it. Pop. We don't need the old one. We had all sorts of things going on here with this chip. Created it in a really weird way. Okay, now you notice I'm deleting things. I'm back to that drag and drop kind of like system. We don't like that though, do we? We really want it to be all in line. And we had some nice 16 pixel spacing between elements, which is really nice if you like an 8 pixel grid. So why don't we just grab these elements really quickly? They belong in a grid, in a stack, don't they? So let's just stack them real quick. Let's stack them from top to bottom. And this is where we'll get into maybe some of those different properties or ways you can do it. So I want everything to be aligned to the left, right? And I want things to be aligned to the start, which is kind of the top. That way, if it expands, we can handle it. And I don't want to be absolute positioned. What I want is my width to fit the content, which it's doing. That's really nice. We're going to have to change the parent to change some of these issues, okay? So a lot of times I'll bring things in like this, and then I'm like, okay, I got to fix them, and I have to framerize them a little bit before I get it back in. So why don't we just spread this out a little bit more? Get rid of this. We have this fake button thing happening. We don't need this fake button. What else is going on in our thing? It did have a button in it. So boom, 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 boom. Let's do that. Let's rework our stack. Get this up. Beautiful. Let's go to our assets, drag a button inside of our stack. Look at how nice it is. Get started, feature 1. Let's get the text really quickly, shall we? AI powered. I think this is our heading 3. It sure is. See how nothing changed, but the style was applied? Ah, that's amazing. Okay, here we go. Then we're going to do our body text like that, but our body text for some reason is set to always be center aligned. We don't want that. Or we could just rock it like this. Also, the line height is a little bit loose there. So let's fix that line height, because this line height was set at about 28. But let's just go in actually and just do a change to our body copy. Here's our body copy. We want it to always be left aligned. And we want the line to be more, the line height to be more like 20, like that, 20 pixels. Beautiful. Okay, that should be good. Let's see if we can get it to be good here. Is it maybe like, yeah, it was having like lines put in between. That's really weird. That's a strange thing. Sometimes you'll come upon weird issues. Okay, so let's just make sure our text box is fitting. It's fit text. That feels good. It's good. We want our text, and this is kind of another one of those layout things. I personally, workflow thing, I like text to fill the parent container. I like the text not to be fixed, but to fill the parent container. Whoops, sorry. Height, I want it to fit the content, and width to fill the parent container. Right, because guess what? Then I could actually start to width. I can make a fixed width here. I can stretch it out, and it will hopefully start obeying and being responsive. This is responsive, and this is what I like, okay? Great. So now we have our kind of like feature text lockup here. It looks pretty good. Very, very like on par with what's going on there. And now we have our image. Now, let's see. It's brought in, let's see, what do we have here? We have our background, and it has a little glow inside of it. It has the element, and it has a border. We could probably get rid of the border and do the border natively, right? Looks like a white, like off-white type border. So why don't we add that? Boom, let's go light, but bring our border down. That feels a little bit better. And we're going to call this 3D element box like that. Okay, so now you have your feature lockup, and ooh, I can't spell the word lockup apparently, like that. Okay, and you have your 3D box element right there. Okay, now these are both of these are like these awesome elements. They're sitting inside of a frame. We don't like that. Why would we want that? We want to turn layout on. Oh, we turned on the stack. We made it move from left to right. We love it. We love it so much. Now, notice this is where some of those layout options come in. It's set to center. It's going to try to bring all the text into the center, right? Or do we want it to have space between, which is going to push it out to the edge, space around, space evenly. These are options you can have. I like space around. What that's going to do for me is it's going to, when this card stretches, the elements are going to stretch with it. But what makes it even more powerful is when you start to, now that we have it set up as a stack, this text element inside can be set to fill. Oh, beautiful, like that. And now we just need a little bit of, not space around, but we can do space evenly. We got to go, let's actually go start here. And we set the gap instead. Okay, set the gap in between, and this is where we can more manually manage. Let's set some padding around the outside, something like 40. So now we've manually set it, right? And it's always going to try to start here on the left-hand side, and our text lockup here is set to fill, so it's going to fill the space. Our image stays there. These are these little nuances of layout. You could do this lots of different ways. This was the scenario that I needed right now in this moment, okay? Notice that as I start to stretch this out vertically, I change the height of it, like things are staying in the middle. And that's because I have things kind of aligned in that way, right? Okay, cool. So boom, everything's good there. I like this card. I like it a lot. It's a lot better than this broken, janky card. Why don't we call this feature card? Do I want to turn this into a component? Maybe. I have a couple of them in my design. Would it make sense to turn it into a component and then have a left aligned variant? I think it might actually. So why don't we just turn this into a component? Command Option K, feature card, create that component. Really quickly, I'm just going to create the variant, and because it's inside of a stack, all I have to do is change it from left to right, right to left. I just moved on my keyboard. Now all of a sudden we have variant 1, variant 2. Those names are fine for me. I'm going to bring this card in, and I'm just going to make sure that the width is set to fill. I like it. It's good. And then if I don't like it, if it's a little too tight, maybe I need to shrink the size of the element. Well, I can do all of that, but I can do it inside at the component level. Why don't we edit the component? And we can just bring the size of this whole thing down. It is a bit much, is it not? Okay, let's take the 3D element box. There we go. I'm going to shrink it down like that. Maybe that's a little bit better. Maybe we want to go a little bit taller. Maybe we just keep it like that. Maybe does that look a little bit better? It looks a little bit more better, like a little more appropriately spaced, right? Okay, so now we have our feature card. Get rid of the broken one down below. Look at this. Copy paste. Pop that in. Change the variant from variant 1 to variant 2. Holy cow. We just built that layout like that, folks. Okay. We got a little bit more space in between them, and that's fine. Why don't we grab these and put them in a stack like so? And then why don't we change the gap spacing in between them like that? I love it. Okay, so obviously inside of our component, we're going to want to go into that feature card component and change the image that goes there and have a spot to change all the text. That gets a little bit boring for me to do, but just like we did with our other components, we want to create all the variables for this component as well. Okay, so just keep that in mind. And with that done, I tell you what we might think about doing. We might grab this section, get it out of here, and just preview our website as is. Looks pretty good so far. We got some overflow issues there that we will fix. We changed our text style, so we see a little issue there. We're just going to override that and make it center aligned. Same thing for our text up above. We're going to override and go center align. I would prefer my text, my standard body copy, to be left aligned and then override it in the instances where it needs to be center aligned, right? That's me. That's just me personally. Also, this is set to fill, and so it's really, really wide. Maybe you can see in our design, it is one line. Maybe that's a little bit long for us. Maybe we could set a max width on it, on the text itself if we wanted to. You can see here, like it looks a little bit better when it's kind of two lines and not one long line. So why don't we do that really quickly? Why don't we add a max width to our text, and we'll do like max width of like 600 pixels like that. I like that. I like that quite a bit. So why don't we do the same thing up here? Max width, 600 pixels, kind of wraps it. It feels really good. Like shorter lines is better than one really long illegible line. I like this quite a bit. Okay, so our website's looking pretty good. Why don't we just publish it really quick? We'll update and get it up to our staging server. And then boom, we will hit the preview in our browser. Okay, looks pretty good. Looks not so shabby so far. We're going to do some interaction stuff. Why don't we go back over to Framer and come out of the preview? We'll just handle this overflow issue, right? Our image down below. We want that not to be hidden, but visible. It pops out. Looks really cool. Why don't we actually grab that abstract element there and just shrink it down a little bit so it doesn't pop out so far. There we go, because we don't want it to drip and bleed into our bottom section. But I do like, it makes a really kind of like static looking or like standard looking layout look a little bit more dynamic when we have elements like that kind of jumping out. Okay, cool. So I think we've fixed all the problems. Now it's time we've kind of built our perfect layout, right? The start of it, at least. We'll continue on in the rest of our series. But why don't we start adding these and trying to figure out the responsive nature to them? We'll make a couple tweaks. Why don't we add our breakpoint now of 1200 pixels? We're at 1200. We're going to add our tablet size. And let's just see how it does. Ooh, it does pretty good so far. Why don't we add our mobile, right? Ooh, couple of fixes, couple of changes that need to be made, okay? So number one, I think we're going to have to do some responsive typography. Number two, we have some images, like these are absolutely positioned. And when you absolutely position images, they don't have that ebb and flow. We're going to need to have that responsive breakpoint, right? When it hits, let's change the way that it's kind of there. Let's change what it's doing and make sure that we're honoring the actual layout. And then lastly, we have some issues here with our cards. They cease to be really usable on the tablet, definitely down here on the mobile. So let's handle these three quality assurance issues. We're kind of QAing our website and we're making our responsive versions work well right now. Let's start at the very top. One of the biggest problems we have is our typography is insane. That's way too big. I love this. This is like, it blew my mind when I found out about this in Framer. It's so easy to fix. I have an established typographic style, right? I'm going to roll down here to my H1. I can open up that style by hitting edit. Notice that we have access to all of the editing features here for our H1. But check this out. We also have this ability to add breakpoints. Right now, it's using the same style, same size, same weight, same spacing, same letter spacing, everything on all device sizes. But it recognizes that we have 3 device sizes because when we hit breakpoints, watch my text right here for tablet and mobile. Breakpoints, boom, added. Done. Walk away. That's it. It took my H1 and it logically said, here we go, check it out. The size of my H1 in desktop is 64. Well, let's just do a typographic scale. Let's make it 51 on tablet, 41 on the mobile. Now you can come back in and tweak these a little bit. So you can see I'm here on my tablet version. I like it. Why don't we just change the line height and just tighten it up a little bit? And then why don't we jump down here? This is definitely needs to get tightened up quite a bit there as well. And that's it. We completely fixed our typographic issues. Let's do the same thing here with our H2. Add the breakpoints. Looks really good. I would say the only thing that maybe is a problem is a little bit of that line height. So let's open it up. We're on the medium there. Let's just bring the line height down a little bit. Can't tell because it's not 2 lines, but oh, I messed up. Let's open it up one more time. The good thing about this is I just jump over from large, medium, small like that. Let's change that line height quite a bit, make it look a little bit better. And obviously you could be looking at your design to do this. I'm just eyeballing it for the sake of time. We have solved our responsive typography issues for our H1s and our H2s. Looks really good. Next, let's solve another really easy one, which is let's solve the card issue. We've already done this actually. All we need to do is create a tablet and a mobile version, right? So let's double click on it, right? We have our element here and we have our variant. So on each of these, notice this, I'm actually going to rearrange these a little bit. I'm going to put variant 1 and 2 like this because each of them can have their own variant. So let's create a variant here, and this is going to be our tablet or our mobile. So let's just call this, listen, we have variant 1, and so we'll call this, let's actually rename this to left to right, and we'll go dash desktop. You're going to have to come up with a little bit of a naming system or convention for yourself. Mine's going to be left to right desktop, and then that means I'm going to name this one down here, I'm going to name it right to left. But it's still the desktop version. Tracking with me? Beautiful. Okay, so now we have right to left and left to right. And now I'm going to take this, I'm going to copy the name. I'm going to rename this variant to be left to right, but I'm going to call this, let's just do one. I think one style will work for tablet and mobile most likely. I already kind of pictured, what do you think I'm about to do? I think you probably know. I'm just going to grab the entire layout and just go top to bottom. That's literally all I'm going to do. And then I'm going to grab the element inside the 3D element. I'm going to set it to fill like this. And I'm going to set it to fit the content like this. And I'm going to set this one not to be absolute. It really shouldn't be absolute, should it? This 3D element thing. But we could just change it if we want. Let's do relative instead. No, we could do fixed size. We'll just bring it down. Oh, whoa. Little bit of work. Oh, we could turn it too if we wanted to. We don't want to turn it, but let's just put it right in the middle like that. I think that probably works, right? Because look at it's super duper responsive. So I love this so much. It's so easy. Okay, so let's do one more. Let's do the same variant switch and change there. Boom. You're going to do image on top this time. Although when we drop down the mobile, you start reading them probably from top to bottom. It would get confusing. So this is where you can actually be really playful with your designs and say, hey, listen, I know they go from left to right and right to left, but when we get to mobile, everything should just read image second and type lockup first, right? Ooh, heck yeah. So this is where we grab our 3D element box here, and we're going to just paste in and replace, hopefully. Let's see if we can paste like that. Maybe get this here. Does it do what it? No, it doesn't do it. That's fine. Let's just rework it and we'll do the same thing. We'll set it to fill like so, and we'll bring the size of it down, put it in the center. Let's just grab the whole thing and make the height set to fit content. It looks amazing. It's exactly what we needed. Okay, so check this out. Now what we get to do is over here on our mobile versions, we just go left to right. Let's go left to right, mobile, beautiful. And we go right to left, mobile, or mobile, and then we go left to right, mobile, like that. Beautiful. Let's just make sure that the heights are set on all of these. Actually, let's do it up here at this top level. Let's just make sure it's fitting the content. Notice how it fixed it here as well. Oh, mind-blowing. This is a good lesson for us. If you change something on the desktop size, it will reflect and wash its way down to the other sizes. So if I, change the, if I was to change, for instance, the order of these, like it's going to change the order of them everywhere, right? It's going to be reflected everywhere. If I put the text on the bottom there, it's reflected on all of them. But if I make a change here, it's not necessarily on tablet. It's not necessarily reflected in the one down below or in the mobile version. Okay, let's just do this one. Boom, that works really, really good. I love it. Everything's good. Now we could create a tablet version of this, and actually we didn't even need like right to left, left to right mobile. All we actually needed was one component of this, or one variant of this, which was really just mobile, left to right mobile, and that's it, right? So now we just come in here and just make sure they're all using that one variant like that. Boom, and it works, right? Come in and make sure all of these are using the mobile version, and it works. We could change and rework the sizing of the element inside if we wanted to, but boom, that's it. It works gorgeously. Let's just take a look at our website. We have one more issue, and that is the responsive nature of our absolutely positioned elements up there. We're just going to make some layout changes, but look at how good it looks. It is responsive. It tucks down to all the sizes. I'm loving it. Let's make these last changes, and then let's just jump right into that tablet view, and we can address them. Okay, so here we go. Pop in. Let's find our text lock up here. We have our abstract element and our blur. And why don't we just start with our abstract element because it's real big. Hi-yo, watch out. Okay, we're going to resize it. Let's just resize you down, little fella, just like that. And our blur is like super duper intense, so we're going to move that down as well. Good, let's start there. Let's see how that works. And then let's get over to our phone version, unlock those. We're going to do the same thing. Abstract version is going to go way down. We don't need it to be so intense. And because our layout is condensing, it's kind of shoving everything around, right? Pushing everything down. So we really just need to move these elements way down, okay? And that's a pretty intense blur, it feels like, at that level. So why don't we bring the opacity of it down a little bit as well? That feels a little bit better. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is this element starts to get really small. Oof, what do we do about that? Well, maybe we could increase the size of it to be a little bit bigger. Like something like, right now it's using a fractional unit, 1 FR. Maybe we could do more like percentages and move it to 130%. It's going to make it a little bit bigger. Maybe we can make it kind of fill, right? It's 115% of the parent container, and that parent container has a little bit of that spacing, right? So here we have a little bit of padding issue now also at the bottom. It's pushing, I think, it's pushing our element too far down and too far up. So why don't we also just customize our padding on the mobile to be more like 20 on the top, 20 on the bottom. I think we probably should do the same thing here, but not 20. Let's drop down to maybe 40 and 40. And let's check our tablet desktop drops down to tablet. The padding changes, which is really nice, right? Like padding changes there. Big padding, smaller text everywhere, right? Pretty nice. Our blur is kind of disappearing. Let's go back in really quick. Let's find the blur. Boom, and let's just bump it up, okay? Move it up. There we go. Now we got it. It's jumping and bumping and moving. Good. We have a little bit of that movement. We can fix that movement next. And then you have your element starting, your element starting to shrink down. I think actually on the mobile view, the phone view, we should actually just change the visibility of that 3D element to non-visible because it's distracting, I think, at that view. That's my personal take on it. We might even say that same thing here, but one thing we want to do is let's grab this abstract element and the blur, and now we can look at when something is pinned, right? Like, or something is absolutely positioned, we can pin it. You can see the pinning that's happening here, the movement, like on where it is, right? And so we could pin it there. We could start to like do some of this like all around stuff, just like in Figma. I think it's probably okay. I think what we want to do is just hide the image when we get to that view. So why don't we just do that? Let's preview one more time. Looks pretty good. We get the big image, get rid of the big image there, and we maybe just address our hero image one more time on the mobile, and I think we should be good. Let's just address the size of it. It's still a little too big. Let's go 105% instead. Let's press preview. I think it looks pretty good. Boom. That whole thing just disappears. That way we don't get any of that weird movement. I like it. All of that feels pretty good. And our mobile sizes work all the way down. Tablet works good all the way down. We have consistency. We have that nice consistent line. Now we didn't rework the navigation, but what we have done is press publish, update, and what we do have is a newly updated view of our website that we can actually send to our client. They can see it working functionally right here in the browser, and everything's working pretty good. We custom did all of these layouts for the most part. We did very little copy and paste over from Figma into Framer. Majority of it was happening here so that you can understand these core principles of Framer and build any layout that you want, not just the one that you're finding here, but any layout that you can think of, you can build it inside of Framer. Probably do some animation, but what we'll probably spend a little bit more time doing is building out some more layout. We have a navigation up top that we still need to focus on a little bit, and we're going to go ahead and do that probably pretty soon. But first, why don't we build out the rest of that layout, or at least some of it that's down below, okay? Let's just do another quick check on our project. What do we got built over here in the assets? We got a button, we have a chip, and we actually do have a feature card. We came in here, built out a little bit more of this complex feature card. And let's see, we also had our a mobile version, which was like really nice. Now again, one thing we didn't do was create variables and property sets for each of these so we could switch out. So why don't we do that actually right now, because I feel like that would be a pretty helpful thing to do. We have our chip, and those things are actually updatable, obviously, but we also have our headline here. So why don't we just shoot over to our right hand section? We're going to grab the content and create a variable inside of our card that we can update on the fly over inside of our design project, and we'll just call this header, and it's not a text area, and that works great. Why don't we do this? And you know what, this is actually a little bit of a fun experiment, because quite often we're finding the individual property or piece of text or element that needs to be updated, and we're clicking on that plus button to create the component or the variable. But in this case, once we create one, we could just have a field day and start creating more variables. So we are going to need another plain text variable. We'll call this one body copy, and this one could be a text area. That'll be kind of nice. We have a button there, but we also know we're going to need an image. So why don't we change the image and call this our 3D image right there. Perfect, beautiful. And it's asking us to upload. We don't need to do that right now for the default, no problem. So now what we can do is come grab the elements, like we have our headline that's already connected. You can see that there to header. And why don't we grab here and just go ahead and come down to content. And why don't we, instead of creating a variable, set the variable of body copy. Perfect. And right now it has nothing set. So why don't we just come back in here and copy this really quickly, and we will try that one more time. Content, set the variable body copy, and great, that feels really good. But why don't we just come back into there one more time and just set the default to be something so it fills that space a little bit for us. That's kind of nice. And we also, you know what, let's do this. Let's do a quick export of one of these assets just really quickly. We'll just export this thing as a PNG, and let's do that and put it on our desktop. Come back over to Framer, and let's come into our variables. We'll go 3D image. Why don't we upload that 3D asset so that there's something in there? We want to have something filling up the default. In this case, you can see it's the fill property that we want to actually use. We want to set that variable as the 3D image. Boom, it just pops that in there and replaces. What has that allow us to do? It allows us to actually create our feature card component control panel down here. Now we can control everything. So for instance, in this case, we might want to export these other ones as well. So why don't we just export these as PNGs? And I did not mean for that whole thing to rhyme, but boom, we've gone ahead and exported it. Now what we can do is come down here, and we can just say, alrighty, we want to update this. Let's choose an image. Whoa, it's looking for an image. Let's grab that one there. We are updating things on the fly inside, right? Same thing here. Choose that image. Let's choose our other one there. All right, boom, we've done that. And we can update the text in there as well. We could do that really quickly, or we could just not waste your time. But now we've updated everything, and you can see, again, it's updated everything on all of the different responsive views. All right, so that feels pretty good. One thing I'm not loving is that our responsive view of this, the sizing is off. So why don't we try to change the size of this, not to be fixed, but we make sure that we constrain the proportions here, and we'll make it relative. Now it is, let's just go all the way. What does it look like if we do 100%? Yeah, we don't want 100%. We want it to just fill like so. And I think that should work. Let's go back. Ooh, almost, not quite. Let's come back into our element here, and that's absolutely positioned. That's fine. Let's have it be constrained as well, and just be relative as well. And you have that whole background setup. That may or may not work. We may just need to undo what we've done there and go in and just customize our mobile version. Why don't we just customize it and bring the size of it down? That's probably an easier solution. Look at that. That works. Everything works fine. Beautiful. All right. Now we can start building that next section. If you remember from last time, we actually kind of already have these sections ready to go. So why don't we just grab section feature there, see on the left-hand side, and we'll just duplicate a new one. Let's pull it into our stack here. And then we'll call this one, I think what this one is our section. Ooh, let's call this one section gallery, okay? Because that's kind of what's happening in there. We'll just call this, or I'm going to delete this stack because we don't need that, but we're getting all of those same constraints, the max width, the sizing of everything. That feels really good from last time. So what we're going to want to do is just make sure that we grab our actual text copy here and paste that in. Let's grab the body copy there and paste that in. Great. And now we're going to need to bring this whole lockup in. Now, this thing that we have here, how would we create this? Because what we see here is like an active state and some sort of image being shown. And we would imagine that we would click on this other thing and that it would change the image inside. Well, in Figma, we would do that through prototyping, and we're going to do the same thing inside of Framer to make it really, really easy. So why don't we actually just, we'll call this thing a slider, and we are going to bring up our Framer, Figma to HTML with Framer plugin. It's going to copy all of the layers. Boom, it's copied them all like that. We'll come over here to Framer, and why don't we just come inside of our section gallery. We'll paste it right there inside. Boom, it pops it in. Now again, we have those sizing issues immediately. How do we do that? How do we fix it? Well, we fix it by unfixing it and setting it to fill the content instead, and it already starts kind of reworking. And you have each of these. Now, what I would like is, because I have an on and an off state, I think that these probably justify having some sort of component for them. So why don't I just copy that and paste that out here? It feels pretty good. It is inside of a frame. Why don't we make it set inside of a stack? I feel like that would be a little bit better. Let's turn on layout here. Just like so. We can get rid of this border deal and just make sure these are left aligned text. And with our layout, why don't we make sure that everything starts, actually we'll put it in the center. Our distribution is actually going to move things around. And then we want things, do we want things to be center? Yeah, maybe we want things to be center. Let's just make sure our text is filling. Our other text is also filling. And then we'll grab the actual auto layout itself, or the stack, pardon me, and we'll start putting some padding all around it. There we go. Now we get that left aligned text. That feels pretty good. And I think the problem that we had earlier was there was a border on it. We got rid of that border. So why don't we put a new border on it, light. We'll bring the opacity of it down. Again, just like you're working inside of a design tool. That feels really good. Now we have this nice, hopefully extendable element. And what we're going to need to do is, let's call this a slider card, and Command Control K. We're going to turn that into a component called slider card. We need a variant of it, right? And that variant is going to be that highlighted green version. So why don't we create the variant, and we'll call this first one, we'll call it default, and then we'll call this second one active. How are we going to change that second one? Well, we definitely have the background has turned into a color, and that border has turned into a color. So that's all we're going to do here. We're just going to change the color there. And I tell you what, because we used white opacity, that border actually feels pretty good. We might just bring up the highlight of it, or maybe we should use true. Yeah, let's use one of our brand colors in there. That feels pretty good as well. Okay, great. I love that. And what we can do is actually now set a little bit of an interaction. We may or may not need that, because we're going to take this slider card and we're going to bake this into a greater element, right? Which is going to be this thing. But why don't we instead, oh, and you know what? We're probably going to want to create all of those different variables for it. So let's come back in here. We know that this one is going to need a content variable, plain text. It's going to be the title. Love it. Let's do another plain text, and we'll call it the body. And real quick, let's just come in here and set that first one. Come back into the body. Default. Is it a text area? Yes. I love it, because look, now we can build more complex elements, right? The title, and oh, we forgot to set the body copy there. Sorry. Let's just come in here. The content, set the variable to body. All is well in the world, because look, now we can update those things on the fly. And why don't we start to build out a more complex component, right? So we'll drag a couple of these out. We're just kind of designing these off canvas, like, or excuse me, off our actual like website frame. We don't need them to be on the frame. Why don't we turn this one to be our active state? Cool, very cool. And I tell you what, why don't we jump over here and grab this container? Why don't we just grab re-import this. This is our background. This is going to be our featured image area. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, let's just rerun the plugin and just grab that block itself. Okay, wonderful. So we're going to do this, and why don't we just paste? We're here on our free canvas. Good. Now we get the whole thing. You'll see it's set to a width of 1200 pixels. That's fine. We're going to make this whole thing feel nice. We're just kind of tucking this in, finding the edge there, finding the center. We're kind of rebuilding it on the fly. And you'll notice that today we're using a lot more of that copy paste from Figma into Framer because it's there. We started out this process not using it a lot, but now we're going to use it a little bit more because it starts to speed things up quite a bit. Now, all three of these are really kind of like laid out together. So we're going to put them in a stack, Command Control Enter, stacks them together. We can remove the background. We don't need it. We have everything in the center, but why don't we put space between? That's going to push it all the way out to the edge there. You'll notice that little bit of difference in our containing element by saying, hey, respect and honor the space between elements. It's going to create consistent spacing there in between, and it's going to push everything out to the left and right hand side. What's great about that is now it feels a little bit more responsive, which is nice. And we can grab each of these individual ones and just say, hey, fill, love that. And then we can change the padding to our stack here, or our, yeah, beautiful. Actually, let's go back to center here. And now we actually can control the gap. So that feels pretty good because now look, you'll notice that everything kind of extends out. Very, very helpful for responsive. Now our featured image element here, if we just kind of kick over to our layers panel, it has a container inside. It has your featured image, and it has all of those kind of like grainy gradients behind, which is really nice. I tell you what we're going to do. We're just going to move this thing a little bit closer like so. Grab all of them, and then we're going to turn them into a single component. So again, Command Control Enter to turn that, that stack to Command Control K instead, not Enter. Let's grab those again and try it again. We should be good. Let's create component, and actually we probably have to frame them together first. So let's stack them together first, just like that. That's good. And we'll turn the background off. We could take the whole thing, and now we can turn it into a component. Okay, so we're going to call this our feature slider. Beautiful. Now we're in our component workspace. What do we need here? Well, we need to just make sure that the way we formatted it and laid it out is correct, but then we're going to need multiple variants representing the active state for each one of these. Okay, so first let's just make sure that our layout is spot on, because in our parent, in our element here, we're about 20 pixels in between. Let's go back to the entire layout. Let's make sure that we have 20 pixels between the featured. So the whole grid just feels real structured, real nice. Our layout looks really good and structured now. We probably need to just fill in that data. And here's what we're going to do is, because we need to have really like 3 different versions of these, right? So you can see if I was to delete this, there goes our image. So I'm just going to call this image 1. And I'm just going to create 2 more of these really quickly. Image 2 that are in the same place, and let's just copy and paste 1 more here. We'll call that one image 3. We want to have all the assets inside that we need as we make these switches and changes. Okay, let's just change the headlines just so that we can see the differences there. By doing this, or to do this, because these are individual components, the controls we have, we're just updating the values over here. And let's do predictive analysis there on that last one. Boom, we're changing that really fast. Okay, great. So we have our initial component. Why don't we just change our images really quickly? Like if I was to make this one visible, image 1 is no longer visible. What we're seeing is image 2. Why don't I fill this instead just with like a different color? Like maybe we'll do something like a dark, like, yeah, let's do our dark green there. And then let's fill the other one with a color, and let's do something more like dark green. Now you can't see that third one because the layer is covering it. So now we're looking at image 3, image 2 is back on, and we have image 1. Okay, so we're going to do a real basic version of this, and then maybe that's where we'll start doing some animation stuff. So I'm going to create a variant here. Okay, this second variant, okay, is popped over there, and we're going to need to create variant 3 as well. So boom, now we have 3 variants. What are we going to do? Well, we're going to turn the second one, or excuse me, let's go in here. We're going to turn this to active, and turn control number 1 to default. Just like we're prototyping inside of Figma, we're going to do the same thing here inside of Framer. So the first thing is we're going to link all these together through a prototyped type of interaction. And when I click on this one, it's going to lead me over to the second one. What does the second one have? It has deactivated this one, activated that one, and then we're going to just really quickly, let's just hide the image of the first one. And the same thing is going to go here. We're going to hide that image, hide that image. So now you can see how we're moving in between these three states, right? States of this one component. Well, now we need to add that prototype interaction. I'm going to grab the entire thing here. And actually, I'm just going to grab this element here. That's the button we're going to click on, so to speak. And I'm going to drag over, just like in Figma. I'm going to prototype to my second area. I'm going to say on click, right? We don't want to delay. And the interaction is boom. It's just going to navigate right over. Why don't we go back really quickly? Boom, like that. Why don't we take this one? It's going to navigate over to number 3. Beautiful. We're going to do the same thing. We should have all of our interactions happening. From slide 3, we'll come back. And then we'll come back to slide 2. Beautiful. Okay, we should be able to press play on this and click around, and you can see now we have this interactive element, right? That's showing a different image, and highlighting the element. Boom, we have now one element that's called our feature slider. So we can actually get rid of this one and just drag this into our layout. And again, set it to fill because the whole thing's going to be responsive. We're having a little bit of a problem, but that's okay. We can fix that really, really easily, okay? We have to make some changes here in our primary variant, and we could do that. So what do we want? We don't want this to be absolute. We want this to be relative. Let's make it about 90%, and we want it to be, you know, pretty centered. So let's obey the left and the right there, and just make sure that we're lining things up. Okay, so again, we're going to do that same thing. Like we want to make sure we're fixing all of our images. Why don't we get rid of image 1, 2, and 3? That's going to get rid of them in our variants as well. And we'll just do that piece again. Okay, so I'm just going to drag some new versions of images down here. And why don't we do this again one more time? Let's see if we can get this thing to operate correctly. All right, so absolute. No, we don't want that container. Ooh, we're having a little problem here. Our featured image is fixed. We don't want that. We want it to fill. Beautiful, like that. Is that going to fix our issue? Almost, just about. Look at that. Now our container is doing well, but our block here is not. Let's also set that to fill. Good. And we want our images to be set to relative. We're almost there. We're fixing things one at a time. Little by little, we are setting all of these things, okay? So let's see if we can get that to fit content. Nope, that's not the right way to do it. Uh-oh, we might be breaking and need help. But it's okay. We're going to fix it, I promise. And you know what? One of the things is, like, when in doubt, like, just lay it out. We could use a layout here, and that would probably serve us way better. So, okay, now we're kind of condensing it, and it looks a little bit better. If we press play on our website, we can actually click around. We got to fix that image issue that we had, but we're getting weird issues here with our, these elements here, right? So we just want to make sure that we put those into probably a stack as well. Great. Okay, because if we start to shorten this, ooh, yeah, we're getting weird stuff that's happening, and it's because our height is set wrong. Let's fit the content there, and let's fit the content here. Now we're not getting any sort of weird behavior, right? So this is a little bit of a exploration or experiment in checking all the fittings and sizings, and I always like to work from the inside out. So start from the deepest element, fix all the sizing issues that are happening there, and it'll start to cascade its way upward and outward until you start seeing big changes everywhere, okay? So again, we're having a little bit of issue there. That's fine. Let's figure out what our problem is, and we're getting everything to fill there. For some reason, we are getting weird stuff happening. Let's go in deep dive into our card here. Let's just reset those to fixed. And why don't we just shrink those up? I see what the problem is our text here is being problematic. Okay, and our stack needs to fill. and we should have solved the issue, except we are not. Our stack needs to fill from top to bottom. Boy, oh boy, our stack is having a heck of a time. Why don't we set that? Let's just experiment really quick, because really we should. There we go. Everything should work good that way and that way. And it's just for some reason, the height of it is not flexing with our content. That's the real problem that we're having here. Our height needs to fit the content. There we go. Almost. Let's see if we can fix it. All right. And if not, we'll have to come back to it and troubleshoot it here a little bit later. Okay, let's just go back in and fix our image one more time. I'm going to add, again, a little bit of a different fill here. Good. Let's just do like gray for that one, so it's not so blazing crazy. And then like a darker gray for that one. Let's come back, preview this thing, and it's kind of working. Ooh, almost working. Figure out why it's not working, shall we? No. Beautiful. Okay, so we just had to update everything over here. Let's just make sure we're making those visible. Come to our other one here, and we're only going to make the third image visible. Beautiful. And again, I'm using like just color filled squares, but you can input like actual images in here. 100%. Okay, so let's try this. Height should be fixed. Everything should be good there. Now we are actually animating back and forth in between. Okay, so it's looking kind of good. We're going to need a responsive version of this. Absolutely 100% going to need a responsive version. And what is that whole responsive version gonna look like? I'm not really sure. We're gonna come back in and fix that a little bit later. But let's keep cruising with our layout, because now we have like another element that we're gonna create here. It's a very similar layout. We're just gonna create these cards. And why don't we just grab that really quickly and we'll duplicate those. We'll make them one time using some stack business. So I'm gonna paste those here. I know that I'm doing a whole nother section. So what do I need? I need section how it works. Okay, so copying and pasting that. Renaming stuff here, how it works. Okay, great. We're going to grab all this junk out of here. And now let's fix these cards up. Okay, we're going to call these, let's say, function cards, how it works, how things function, right? That makes sense. Okay, great. Let's just put a C on that word function, and then let's just add the stack to it so we get some of that fun stacking functionality. We don't need the border. Let's add the stack there to that because we have text. That makes sense for the text to be in a stack. Get that out of there. We don't need that. But then we have an icon, and I always like icons to at least be inside of a frame, something like that. Put it above. Get rid of this border. That's weird. And why don't we just get this weird function cards thing out of the way. It's stacking everything in our card from left to right, which is wrong, right? We want to stack it from top to bottom. That's going to make it a little bit better. What was the color? It's like that kind of neutral color. Let's see if we have that in our color styles. What is it? What is it? Is it neutral? 27271818? Okay, awesome. Okay, so we're going to add that new style of 1818. Neutral dash 300. I think we're screwing up our naming convention there a little bit, but that's fine. I'm not sure. I think maybe 200 is the darker one. Or do we already have that? 181816. Let's go 1818 right there. Okay, that's fine. And again, we're making sure that our stack is stacking from top to bottom, and also our text needs to stack top to bottom. And let's left align everything in that stack. And let's left align everything in the parent container, that is the card container. We just put a little bit of padding on it like that, and let's round those borders, little border radius. That's rotation, not radius. Careful, folks, on which number you're moving. What is the radius number that we've been using for stuff? About 20. Okay, so let's honor that here. Border radius of about 20, and it has a border on it. And I think what we've been doing is our light color down at something like 20%. It could go a little lower than that, even though 12%, something like that. Let's make sure our icon is up above and that the stack is set to, we're going to, on the height there, we're going to fit the content, and we're getting pretty close. We just need a little bit more padding here. So maybe we'll end up doing more like 40. That looks very similar to the card we have here, except for some reason this one has a much lighter border. So let's just come in here and bring this border down even more. It's at 12. Let's make it at like 4 pixels or something like that, or 4%, pardon me. Great, let's bring that into our element here. Now you can turn these into components if you want to, but just for the sake of brevity, I'm just gonna turn, and you know what? Heck, why not? We'll turn it into a component. I think that is, we'll call this our function card, like that. Beautiful. And copy paste, copy paste. We got 3 of them. Let's put them into a layout. Command Control Enter. Boom, that puts it into a stack. Let's stack them from left to right. Let's make this stack fill. And what do we want with our function cards? We want our function cards to fill as well. Boom, that brought it in beautifully for us, just like so. Okay, looks very, very similar. I think this layout got messed up somehow because it's not matching the rest of our layout, but these cards are looking much better now. Now what we could do is take our stack and just change the gap on them, give them a little bit more space. That just feels a lot better. Again, we're using that similar structure from all of our sections and our containers and everything inside, so everything looks really, really consistent. And we probably just want to get the text here. All right, so we don't want to copy that same text, and I believe we want our chip to say, because this is a component, how it works, something like that. And then we have some text inside. Boom, we're gonna grab that text. Beautiful, just like so. Okay, great. It's a little bit more spaced out than that though, so we need to just figure out, what is this spacing? The spacing is our text lockup, and for some reason we lost the spacing. Everything seems to be in the text lockup. There we go, that's where the spacing issue was, right? It was the fact that we had our stack, our cards here, and we'll just name this layer. It was inside of our text lockup, and that's what I find super easy about Framer, is like just move things around in a layers panel. Super duper nice. Okay, okay, great. We've built that section out. Let's build another section out, shall we? This next section looks like it's going to be pricing cards. It's going to be a little bit more of the same, but we got a little bit of glare there in the background. So, okay, cool. We could do this, or what we could do is we could just move right into the animation and all that fun stuff, maybe fix the navigation, because a lot of what I'm doing here is just more of the same, and I don't want you to get hyper bored with the process as we go along. We'll build one more section. So let's just duplicate this section, and this is going to be section-pricing. So let's just rename that. And again, the reason I keep making these sections is because it has all that max width, all of the correct padding and spacing. I have this nice consistent edge down the left and right hand side of my website, and everything's going to look very, very uniform. So let's get rid of this card section, and instead let's take the text here. It's going to say something about pricing. We might as well change our chip to say pricing using the component element thing right there. Good. Let's grab this text. And let's replace the text. Very simple, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. By the way, where you get the template, you get that on Lemon Squeezy. And the link is down in the description. Okay, why don't we grab one of these cards, and look at that. Ooh, we have a different state for our button. We're gonna need to create a default state there. And let's just grab one of these, okay? So grabbing that, opening up the plugin, that'll duplicate our card. And again, you could probably just build this whole thing from scratch if you wanted to, but pasting it right in, we have the start of our pricing card, okay? I know for a fact I'm gonna need a button, okay? So let's just get that out on the stage, because that's easy, like obvious stuff. And let's see, do we wanna work with the current container? We totally could. Sometimes it is weird how Figma will bring things into Framer. Like every time it's like bringing this border element, like you don't need that. So sometimes it's kind of nice just to grab the actual stuff. Like, let's get rid of that border. That's stupid. Let's just grab all of this stuff. And here's a line. And let's just grab these and let's duplicate them out to the side. Because sometimes I find it easier just to work like that, to be really honest. Like that button's dumb. We don't have that in the system yet. Let's bring our button in. And okay, that feels like already like it's going to be a little bit better. Like we should probably be using the correct styles here. Like, okay, great. Like maybe body there. Okay, great. Let's just make sure that we're fitting the content. We like all of that. Awesome. Let's fit the content. And again, we're going to assign body. It's a little bit of a different style. Looks like we need a different style. Is that button text? Nope. Is that chip text? Nope. Let's create a new style for this text, shall we? We'll call this like probably caption 1 or something like that. So new style, we'll go paragraph style. It popped it right here. But we're going to instead, we're going to go back. Let's go to our assets and find body 2 and rename it to be caption 1. Okay, boom, just like that. And now we have our caption. I lost my keyboard here for a second. Don't worry, we're gonna fix it. Okay, scrolled out of the way, just press the show button and that'll get me back in. Here we go. So now we have our caption 1 style. That caption 1 style is a little funky. We need to change the line height on it probably. Let's just bring that line height to be something sensible like so. Okay, what about this guy? I think we might be able to get away with like H3, H4. Sure, let's do it. I like it a lot. And then maybe we just want to use caption 1 again for that. Okay, cool. I'm liking it. I'm digging it. I'm into it. Are you into it? Let's do it. Let's do the same thing here. We'll just try body. Or should we do caption 1 there again? Let's do caption 1 there again. All right, now I start thinking about all of these elements, and is there anything else I need? Yeah, I know that my button doesn't have this style at all. So I'm just gonna, maybe I'll just, like really, like it's just gray. It's just swapping it out. So why don't we take this really quickly? I'm gonna need a gray variant really quickly, yeah? So I just created that variant really quickly. Let me get my face out of the way. And let's change that radial for, let's just go with like our light neutral, see how that works. Maybe it's a little too light. And what was the color that we had? It was like 26. Okay, that's fine. And we'll grab our text there and we're gonna make it white. And I think it had a little bit of a border, so let's do a little bit of a border. We'll go white and bring it down. It was something like that. I could be a lot more precise, obviously, but let's edit the component and rename this to be gray. Boom, like that. And then let's swap this out for that gray component. Love it. Okay, now again, always working from the inside out before we pop all of these into like a frame or a stack, right? Let's like, is there things inside of it that are inside of a stack? Yeah, these two are inside of a stack. Boom, moving from left to right, turn that off. Yeah, these two are in a stack. Boom, pop those in a stack, take the background off. It's moving from left to right. Fantastic. Now I can grab all of them and put them in a stack, and it puts that background there. So what we need is, why don't we just use our color picker and pick that one? It's 181818, and that is our neutral 300. Beautiful. Okay, it looks like we have a little bit of border radius. Looks like, I think I remember we've been using 20 for border radius. And we have some padding there. It's about 24 pixels of padding. So let's add that padding globally around our card. And it doesn't feel like anything's happening yet, but stay with me, because what we need to do is start grabbing all of our elements inside, and we need to make sure that it fills. Boom. Now you can see how it's respecting the padding on the left and right hand side, right? This one is a fixed or fit width. Let's have it fill. Boom, it's filling like that. And we want this to fit the content. That should smack it down a little bit. What else is in there doing weird stuff? That's fine. Let's make this thing fill, and then we want it to be at the start, always to the left. Let's make our button fill, and cool, like that. Awesome, amazing. Let's make this thing also fill, and we want it at the start, which shoots it over to the left. I love that. That's looking good. Boom, boom, something like that. Width. Fill, getting really weird text stuff. Oh, something inside of here is wrong. Boom, that, fill, fill the content. We're getting strange behavior. We get that text, the text is doubling in a really weird way. And sometimes we have these issues. So let's problem solve it. Okay, is it like stacking up on each other? That is weird. Okay. Great, well, at least we're fixing it. Okay, so let's fit the content again. All right, wonderful. Let's put a gap now between all of our elements, and we can see if there's anything that needs like to be grouped together. Well, as we start to gap things apart, our card is not growing. Again, so let's take our height and fit the content. Love it, everything's doing well there. And okay, fantastic. We have this line that is our our like little check mark element. So what we need to do is just add more of these inside, right? So we have this little stack right here. Beautiful. We have this SVG line. We want it to fill. Great. Let's do that. Awesome. Fantastic. Let's just make sure that we're in our stack and we're just adding more in our stack like that. More of our check marks or our features there. And then I'm going to want to grab all of those check marks, put those in their own stack. That way I can control them separately because we don't want them to be spread out so far. And they look like they're about 16 pixels apart. So we're making our gap about 16 pixels. All right, the card's starting to come together a little bit. Maybe did these elements need to stick together a little bit more? No, it seems like they're looking pretty good like that. Now, one thing I will say is this is like kind of a special scenario. Like I want this month to kind of live lower here. I just need to make sure that I am bottom aligning them like that. And then we're kind of controlling those using distribution and alignment. Okay. So constantly looking for distribution and alignment. Okay. So we should have a pretty responsive card here. We just want to make sure that this text fills the content there. It should be filling the content. Let's see. Let's break this out of that nonsense. I think the line height here is just really weird. I think that's the problem we're having with this. It was our caption 1 had really, really strange line height. So why don't we edit that line height? Yeah, it's set at 4. That's so weird. It needs to be more like 12 or 14. Let's drop it down maybe even to 10. Okay, that's feeling a little bit better. Okay, that feels pretty good. That feels pretty good. We're just making sure that any of these elements are not messed up. Okay, great. So now we have our pricing card. Why don't we move for now, pop it in like so. And why don't we, ooh, yeah, we're going against the grain there. It's inside of our text lockup. We don't want that. Let's drag it outside of our text lockup. Make sure our text lockup is on the top. Then let's paste a couple more of these pricing cards in here. And these need to be in their own stack, moving from left to right. Command, Control, Enter. Change it from left to right. Obviously, we want our stack to fill, and we want the width of each of these to fill. Beautiful. Now let's just come in here really quickly and swap this button out for the green one, because that's the like different kind of like price tier, right? So whatever, this one is like $99 a month, and this one was like $115 a month. Okay, great. We just want to make sure that we're fitting content for our price. So much of this is fitting content and finding the issues with like fixed width things. I actually think that Framer should just make that switch as fast as possible to letting everything be letting everything kind of just be fixed width or fit width or fill width, and then if people need to, they can kick it over to a fixed width, because when you're building responsive websites, that seems more like the thing that we need. Okay, so okay, pretty cool. Let's just grab these 3 things, and I don't like the spacing in between our tick marks, so let's do more like 8 pixels. That feels a little bit better. And then, okay, so great. We've shown actually in the past how we've made components, and then you have a responsive component. Well, what do we do when, for instance, we don't want something to be componentized like these pricing cards, but we still want to have control? Then maybe it's time to utilize a grid instead of a stack. We've just been using stacks for everything, but what if we come over to our layout tools, and instead of using a stack, let's swap it over to a grid. Now we get control over the columns, right? Currently, we're saying 2 rows, 2 columns. But what if we did 3 columns, 1 row? Boom, all of a sudden it's controlling everything. And what's great about that is I can come down here to our tablet view, and I can say, give me 2 columns. And so something like that needs to fill. Beautiful. So to see how now it's containing everything. So we didn't have our sections filling, which is why we're getting immediate responsive issues. That's probably why we're getting weird stuff on our responsive or our mobile views up here for a slider as well. Okay, cool. So what's really fun about this is like I've just moved this over to be a 2 column, but I can still come in here to my pricing card, and I can say, I want you to span these 2 columns. So now I've customized and made like a 2 up and then a 1 up grid. And then down here for my mobile, I can just drop it down to the 1 column with multiple rows like this. See how we get really customized? You have full control over things when you do, instead of a stack, we now did basically a CSS grid, right? And just real quick, I want to bring that one up again because when I'm managing the grid, you'll see the icon change over here to grid. I'm going to be controlling the amount of columns and rows and gap and padding for that grid. But when I grab an element, a child inside of that grid, I actually start to get like sizing options, like how many columns do I want to span? How many rows do I want to change or force the width? Like all of this like is insane. Like Grizz says on my Figma, I make also a breakpoint for laptop at 1200. Is it not necessary? We're going to answer that question in a little bit. Let's do some questions, but let's keep cranking some design work here because this is looking pretty good so far, right? So I might have wanted to do the same thing up here, like with this row of cards, but honestly, it might just be easier to move these over to a top to bottom stacked layout. Absolutely 100%, right? Something like that. So that feels really good. Same thing here, because we have this thing built as a component, we would want to go in and create a new variant of this. And sometimes people get really confused with that because they'll say like, oh, like this is, how do I organize these? Like I can create a new variant here and I can drag this down below, and then this could become like my mobile version where I take my controls and make them go from top to bottom, for instance. And why don't we take this stack and make sure the height is fitting all of that content, and make sure that the height to this is fitting all the content. And look, now I have like a top to bottom one that's called variant 4. So I could come in here and swap this out to variant 4 and just make sure that it is fitting all of my content. And you can see now that I've fixed the issue that I had simply by making a responsive version fit the content there. Okay, we're getting real wonky issues with our image inside, but we just want to make sure that we constrain the proportions there. That should solve the majority of our issues, right? Now we're going to want to do that on all of our images. Boom, we just did that on all of our images. That's fantastic. We also are probably going to want all of our images to be anchored to the bottom. You can see like pinned and positioned absolutely to the bottom, and that keeps things from like flying up and out of place. And then obviously we can change the sizing to our responsive one, you know, and like just make sure we're like changing the sizing to everything there. So we could go back in and fix those. Takes a little bit of time, but again, lots of layout control options here. All right, what's the other ones? I think we're going to skip the rest of these layouts because it's more of the same. Let's build this navigation because I feel like I'd be doing you wrong if we didn't build out the navigation. It's fairly easy to do. Okay, we have. Let's just bring this over. Sometimes I will copy things from Figma, bring in Framer. But it's not to be used just straight up. It's so that I can paste them on the canvas and start grabbing assets out of them, right? So for instance, probably one of the only things that I really need is this logo over here, okay? So let's just get in here really quickly. Here's a link, there's a paragraph, there's another link. This is our logo, okay? So let's rename that, boom, like this. And I'm just going to paste it down here. We have the logo by itself. Wonderful. And I kind of don't need the rest of this stuff, so I can probably just get rid of it like that. Okay, great. Let's take our logo, and I'm just going to Command or Control X and cut it out. And you can see there's a spot in the predefined Framer navigation that's provided for you where we can see that logo, and there's another icon there as well. What is that icon that's currently hidden? That's your hamburger menu for your mobile version. You can see it over here. There's your icon. Everything is always, the whole kitchen sink is living in the original, in the primary variant, and then you just hide. You turn off the stuff that you don't want to see for now, right? So again, we're gonna kind of zoom in here and get back there because I have this logo. I'm gonna paste my logo in, whoop, just like that, and I'm going to get rid of Framer's logo. Now, the difference between our navigation and theirs is that we're kind of pushing everything left and right. So we have 3 links, pricing, contact, blog, and we have a button. Okay, so we're going to want to push all of this stuff to the right. We have our top and we have our links. So one thing we do with our top is instead of setting it to fit over here, we can do a little bit of an auto layout hack just like you would inside of Figma. And we just set that to fill. It's going to push our entire navigation to the right. And then we just change the distribution to say, hey, I want you to just distribute things over here to the left. Now, what's great about this is it's always going to push those navigation links over to the right-hand side. That's great, okay? We can grab all of these really quickly and just give them the style. I know we have a link style, so why don't we just button text, chip text, caption. Didn't we have a link style? We did. We did have a link style. Let's do link here. And then that's a little bit of a difference here because links are not considered text, they're considered links, right? So when we have that link style, guess where it shows up? It shows up here, like with our link style, okay? And that one has been predefined. So if we go over to assets, you'll see there's our link style right there, right? And maybe we need to update that a little bit, but we just need to first change the text. Pricing, contact, blog, and a button. Okay, so let's just change this to pricing, contact, blog, like that. I put Z blog, I don't know why. And then let's bring a button in. So I'm just gonna grab my button, drag it here, and drag it inside. Great, layers, we're gonna fix this. I think we might need a small version of our button, but first, let's pop it inside and get rid of these last two. Fantastic. It's definitely a smaller version. Guess what we need? Ta-da, ta-da! We need a variant. Okay, great. So we have our green button here, and we're going to need a variant of that green button. And this is where it starts to become up to you. Like maybe you want a small version. Like you want a completely different component for your small button. I only see the small button being used in green, so I'm gonna do all that work right here. And this is where I'm gonna like change padding, right? So like I could probably start by bringing the padding globally like down for everything, maybe to 8. There you go. We're gonna call this one small. Love it. We're gonna go back to our navigation, select this, and say, give me my small button there. Now it's not so obtrusive and ridiculous. Okay, great. And that link style though, that son of a gun link style. Let's set a link. And the problem is we don't have any other pages yet. So let's just create a couple of other pages. New page. Sorry, I keep forgetting pricing, contact, blog. So let's call this one pricing, and let's create another new page. Boom, we're in a new page right there. Contact and another new page. We'll call this one blog. Great. Now at least we can set our navigation and have it be something we can kind of latch onto. So let's go back into our navigation and set that link. It's going to go to pricing, and it's going to use our link style. Great. Our link style is all jacked up right now. We're going to fix that link. We're going to set that one to contact. Great. And this link we're going to set to blog, just like that. Okay, fantastic. Now, again, our link style is wrong. So let's open it really quickly, shall we? And let's just move this in view so we can see everything. And okay, so let's see our default color. What do we want the default color to look like? It's going to be white. Okay, and maybe we're actually bringing the opacity of it down a little bit. And good, everything's good, everything's good, everything's good here. And then our color, our hover color, is going to be our brand default. Okay, so swapping that out a little bit. And okay, cool. And the current page that we're on, maybe we could do like the light version like that. So it's going to be able to track which page it's on as long as you've placed it in there. Okay, so there you go. That's the link style. And we should still be able to come down here and select a text style. So I was wrong about that. I spoke too soon. Let's set something like button text. No, maybe body, maybe caption 1. I think caption 1 is the pizzazz, is the bee's knees. That's what we want there, right? And the link style is overriding. Okay, so that should be good. All right, we want let's just test this navigation theory out here. Let's go over to pricing and let's paste our navigation inside. And you can see that because we are on the pricing page, boom, it is underlining and highlighting. It's making that the active state, right? We forgot one thing. We just need to take our logo and we need to link that really quickly. Link to home. Great. And then let's just check those link styles one more time, because what we don't want is the underline, just no decoration there. I think that would be good. Okay, so look, now we can preview our navigation, and for some reason it decided to disappear. We don't know why. We're not sure. Let's just see. Let's put our navigation underneath and see what happened for our navigation. There it is. It decided to show up now. And there it is. Okay, great. Little weird thing, but let's just head over to pricing. Look, it shows us that we're actively on pricing. We can go back to our home page. We've gotten that. Now we are kind of pushing things over to the very far left and right hand side, and the background is a little too dark, right? It has this nice underline and it's the wrong color for the background of our nav. So let's just fix that really quickly. Let's just hit here and not go there. Let's pick our dark color and let's put a border here on the bottom. And again, we want our bottom. Let's do what we've been doing, which is light, and then bring it down to something really chill, like 4%. Okay, so nice, calm. Now, it doesn't look like pure FFF black, but it does have that nice bottom line. That bottom line's a bit much. We're gonna bring it down, maybe down to like 2%. 2% opacity on it. That is great. And the last thing we need to do is just add a little bit of padding to the left and right of it. Let's just add not border radius, sorry, border radius is fine. We need to affect the padding separately. So well, we could do 12 all around, 16 all around. That's gonna make the height of our element grow. So we just can make sure we say, hey, fit the content. It's a little bit bigger now. Could do that. We don't mind that. I like using padding. Or we could just honestly take padding off the top, off the bottom, or maybe lessen the padding on the top and the bottom. That's probably the right answer, isn't it? Boom. Boom, shakalaka. We got our navigation built now. Let's publish this really quickly. We'll open it up in the browser and we'll just see how it's looking. Let's open up the link for now. I'm going to close all these other pages that we don't need. And very nice. And you can see it has that built-in navigation, right? Like the mobile navigation. We have to go in and change all those links, and it's a little bit messed up right now. But I love that it has the baked in prototyping that Framer has provided for us. And again, if you're like, well, that's not fair, it's all baked in. Well, just know this, like we showed you how to do this. I showed you how to do this already. You just create a component and it has multiple different states. You animate the things in and out, and boom, you got yourself everything you need. Let's head back over to Framer. Double click in there and just check, right? We're getting like some weird behavior. We're kind of like shifting things around here. Let's see, we want this height here to fit the content. No, maybe not. This is a little bit taller, this thing. Let's see, it's about 6 pixels. So we're gonna need to up the height of this thing just natively. About 1, 2, 3, a little bit more. Now it's a little bit more centered. Great. And then we can take the elements here in the mobile view and we can just add a little bit more gap onto them. Boom. I mean, and just like that, we fixed our navigational issues. Like, let's look at it one more time. Jump down here. Beautiful. Now we don't get that weird shift in our navigation. And when we drop down, oh, it's beautiful. It's so gorgeous. It's currently pushing everything down, and it's a normal relative position. That means it stays at the top. I mean, now we make a decision. What do we want to do? Do we want this to stay at the top? Because it's relatively positioned. We could say, make it a fixed navigation. Notice how the entire website jumped up now behind it. But if we were to press play, it's going to stay with us. It's fixed to the top as we scroll down the website. Is that what we want? I don't know. That's up to you. You're going to make that decision. Let's reload it. When we fix it, we get some weird issues there. We could make it sticky. We could do all sorts of fun things. I think it's fine fixed for now. And notice that it's because we have these set. This is desktop. This goes to phone. If you look at this and you go on tablet, it feels a little bit weird. Maybe I should have a tablet mode of this. Well, let's see. This is desktop. Yep. I mean, before it ever gets into the problem area for like responsive and cutting off our navigation items, it jumps to that mobile view. I think it works perfectly. All right, with that being said, let's move now into some animation. You know what? At this point, I think we're cruising so far, we don't need the style guide anymore, so let's delete it. Something about me just kind of like looking over here and only seeing desktop, tablet, or phone makes me feel nice. We are almost done. Why don't we add a little bit of intro animation and maybe a couple of other fun scrolling deals to this thing to make it kind of pop, and then we'll be out of here. Adding animation inside of Framer is so stinking easy, and I'll prove it to you right now. Let's just animate. I can imagine unload all of these kind of in a staggered way, like 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll start firing off, and that'll be great. So why don't we just first lock our blur and our 3D elements so we can grab our elements unencumbered like that. And let's head over to our effects tab. So over here in the right hand panel, let's just hit effects. Let's do a nice appear or entrance animation. On appear, we want you to, what do we want you to do? Maybe we want you to slide in from the bottom and we want to customize the effect. It starts from 0 opacity. We can make it rotate. all that kind of stuff. We could set the transition. Why don't we just delay it by like 0.1 and we get a little preview here. Now you can use spring or easing if you're a little bit more comfortable with maybe like easing timings. That could be kind of nice. And then when we press Command P and preview, you'll see there is our animation. Now what I really love is if you don't love that animation, you just come right back in and say on appear. We're going to change this. I like back in and out is a little bit much. Let's go back to this timing version. We have some stiffness we could play with. Let's customize it a little bit. Ooh, that's nice. I like how stiff that is. Let's move it to 0.2. Great, love it. Let's just play it one more time. Boom, like that. Let's reload up here in the top left to see how it's gonna move in for us. Okay, love that. Now, if you love this, which let's say I really, really like that, I can just right click on my appear animation. I can copy and I can grab all the other elements that I want to do, that I want that to be a part of, and I can paste. And when you paste, notice this, you can paste the effects as well. Boom. Now all of them have that effect. And again, what I love about Framer is I can click on these elements, open up my tab, open up what I want to work on. For instance, like the timing, and I can start to change the delay. So let's change the delay to that second piece to like 0.04. Let's change this one to 0.06. And let's change our button to 0.08. Now we've created a little staggered animation. Isn't that nice? 1, 2, 3, 4. That is so nice. And all of these are now sitting inside of a different container. We could animate that container if we wanted to. You want to try something? How about we do, and you would never do this, but like let's say we do a hover animation over the whole thing. We can start to change the size of this, right? And so when we press preview, it's going to pop in. But when we hover over, oh, for some reason it's not working. Let's just remove that effect then. Very strange. Okay, but let's say you could. Okay, that's all good. Let's do a couple of other things here. We have our abstract 3D element. Why don't we add a looping animation to that, okay? Because we want that to have a little bit of kind of fun going on there. So let's hit loop there. And what do we want it to do? Let's make it mirror back and forth. And okay, cool. So it's going to loop back and forth doing what? Maybe two-dimensionally, we could have it like rotate. There we go, something like that. So we know that it was at 360 degrees in rotation. So it's going to move back and forth. Let's now change the easing and timing of this. Do we want it to be linear? And how long do we want it to go? Maybe 10 seconds for it to go. You can see the little preview of how long it will take. Good, I like that. Okay, mirroring is nice because once it gets to the other end, it's going to reverse and play it the other way, and it'll just constantly loop, okay? Now that's really, really fast, so let's come back in here, and maybe let's make it rotate a little less, and can we make it take, what's the most we can make it take? I think 20 seconds, 30 seconds. That's good. Okay, so maybe something like that. Let's press play. So now we just get a little bit of motion. That's kind of nice and still a little bit crazy in my opinion. So let's see if we can make it go up even more, up to 30 seconds. Good, I love it. Now let's grab that blur and let's make that blur kind of do something fun to bring the whole thing together. So let's hit an effect there. We'll do a loop there and we'll make it mirror. And what we want it to do is we want it to scale up to 0.1, maybe 1.2, and let's have that happen very, very slowly as well. So maybe the time here will be like 10 seconds for it to breathe all the way up. That might be kind of nice. Let's press Command P and preview. Oh, it's rotating like a son of a gun. We don't want that. Where did that rotation come in? Oh, no rotation. No, you're fine. Zero rotation. For some reason, we had some rotation going on. We don't want that. We just wanted it to, you can notice that our blur is just getting a little bit bigger and a little bit smaller. It's very subtle, okay? And then we could even play with that a little bit more. And why don't we go, like, as it gets bigger, the opacity of it will come down. That's kind of nice. Notice when I click off of it, it goes back to its initial state. Initial state is where it is before you add any sort of animation to it. And all you're adding is where do you want to animate it to. And when it mirrors, it's going to animate to and from, to and from. Okay, so we just press Command P. You see it gets a little bit bigger, but the opacity of it goes down. It's kind of interesting. And then it's going to mirror its way back. So kind of cool. It's breathing, it's moving. We like it. Okay, we're into it. Kind of interesting. Let's do one more here and grab our hero image. And on this one, we're going to hit effects. And why don't we play with some of these scroll animations, okay? So I'm going to hit scroll animation. There's scroll speed, scroll transform. Let's start with scroll animation. When the layer is in view, we want it to do something. Is that what we want? Or do we want, instead of a scroll animation, we could go to a speed scroll, right? So this one is very, very simple. It's just how fast is it going to move as you are scrolling. Let's start with like 102%. You'll notice as I'm scrolling, it should be moving just a slight amount. So let's increase that speed so you can see it a little bit more drastically. 162, boom. See how it's moving separate of our element. That's now a little too fast. Kind of cool. I kind of dig it. I'm kind of into it. It's just a little too fast. It's covering things up. So let's drop it down to like more like 130. What does that look like? Interesting. You can also have it speed in the other direction by going 100 is moving with the page, the speed of the scroll. You can also have it go a little bit less, like maybe 70. And 70% is going to have it scroll slower than, and so you can see it kind of moving almost in a parallax type way. So that's kind of cool. Let's maybe go back up and do more like 115, and let's add something else. Let's do a scroll transform. On scroll, we want it to go from what? What do we want it to go from? Let's have it go from full opacity and slight scale. Let's turn on 3D transforms here, and let's have it, no, not Z-axis. Let's have it kind of tilt. Oh yeah, it is X. Let's have it tilt backwards like this, just a little bit. Good, okay. You can change the skew and the offset. Let's change the offset of Y just a little bit like this. And it's going to go to its current state. Let's try that now. You'll see how it's smaller down below, and as I scroll up, it is just changing, although it's so slight that we might not even need it. So we can just get rid of it, I think, because I think this is really nice. And if we wanted to, why don't we just grab this appear effect, come back down and paste our effect onto it. We'll get the same animation, and let's just delay that animation a little bit longer. These are very basic animations that we are doing here. So I'm gonna have it be a whole 1 second delay. Boom, 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 and you can see our element now is just scrolling slightly different. Okay, that looks pretty nice. We will take these feature cards and we will make these sticky so that when they hit the top of the screen, they'll stop and they can overlap. So I just grabbed all of them and turned them onto sticky, but you'll notice nothing is happening. Watch. If I go back to relative and then go back to sticky, there is a little thing where I believe your element here, the containing elements all have to be set to overflow visible. I think that's what it is. And that's something we can look up and solve together. Let's do overflow visible on those. Let's see if they stick and stack. They don't. We might have to come back and figure this out a little bit later, okay? So we'll just move those back to relative, and that's fine. And you know what? We will do a little bit more of this digging later on, but for now, why don't we publish this and we will get back to some of those animations and things. But for now, it's looking pretty cool. Nice. We got a little bit of rework. Let's just refresh it one more time. Looking great responsively. Animations are working great there. Everything seems to be jamming pretty well. Let's just grab that one more time. Yeah, I love that. Scroll down. How's our responsive nature for our slider? Boom, it slides to that one column layout. We have nice simple stack change to a one column layout, and then we should go to a 2 column right there until it gets down to mobile, and then jumps down to that 1 column. I know we had this issue with the cards, and really what I want them to do is I want them to stick at the top, and I want them to sit on top of each other as they're going. That's really what I want for my cards. So why don't we fix this? I know that when I click on one of my cards here, we have our cards each in a container. I actually get this handy dandy little information eye that pops up because I set the type away from absolute or relative and I put it on sticky, and it tells me, hey, please note that sticky will only work if all the parent layers have overflow set to visible. You're like, wow, that's so funky. Come on, Framer. Well, that's just kind of how the web works, and they've made it, try to make it as simple as possible for you. So we're just going to check all of the parent containers, right? So we know that each one of these cards is considered a child. The immediate parent is going to be the container itself, and that is set to overflow visible. And that's what we need for all of them. So let's just do a quick check. Is this one set to overflow visible? It is. And this section is inside of the entire desktop. That one is set to overflow hidden. There's your problem. We turn that to overflow visible. We should now be able to scroll, and our card should stick to the top. Now, why this gap that we're getting? Well, this gap is because we've set on each one of our containers, our cards, we're going to do about 120 pixels from the top. So we could actually do something kind of fun and playful because each of them are set at 120 pixels, and we may or may not like the spacing of them. Also, when they stack on top of each other, because that's how they're going to work using the layers panel, they're just like fully stacking on top of each other. Maybe you want that. Maybe you do. Maybe we bring this top one to be more like 100. Let's just do like 100, and then this second one could be like 120, and this third one could be more like 140. I'm just holding down shift and pressing up on my keyboard for that. And now as I scroll, you'll see this one sticks a little closer to the top. This one actually stops a little bit below it, and this one stops a little bit. Well, it's just going to scoop them all up. And you can't really see them because they don't have any style on them to separate. Why don't we add some style on? I'm going to grab all three of those containers, just move myself out of the way. I'm going to come down and add a border style that we've been doing, which is just adding white here and then just bringing it down to something like 4 or 5 pixels. Let's do 5%, not pixels. Boom. And then why don't we add a little bit of a drop shadow? We haven't done this yet. We'll make this a real subtle drop shadow. We're going to do the y-axis of 1. And let's see. So you can see our little drop shadow on there is kind of working now. Why don't we blur and bring the blur of it up just a little bit? Let's put the drop shadow there. And let's just check the opacity of our drop shadow. 25%. Let's see how it looks. I'm just going to back out of there really quickly. Let's grab those containers and just make sure our border also is solid and the width is 1. Okay, that seems like it's going to work. Let's press play again really quickly on our prototype. We could reload it to get a little bit of a smoother animation there. Looks really good. Yeah, see, now we get that nice chill little border. And when we see the next card going up and over, there's a little bit of that drop shadow magic happening. Very nice. And it stops. Look at our stack. Look at how nice that looks. Nice, subtle little stack. And then when these ones come up, it's actually, the stacking here doesn't matter because it's grabbing and it's going to pull the rest of them up with it. That's just a nice little effect. It's subtle. It's subtle. And you know what? If you were to do this in code or using other platforms, just to create that cool, subtle little effect, it would take a really long time, actually. A lot of lines of code, but here in Framer, it's actually really, really easy. So that looks really, really nice, okay? Everything's flowing. Let's press escape on our keyboard. Go back out. We have everything working. Why don't we build the rest of our sections, and then we can actually build the rest of our pages. Before we actually, let me just stop because I think I saw a little issue, a little QA, a little quality assurance issue, is that we have here, we love a staggered layout, right, left, right, left. We call that a waterfall layout. It's real nice. It's kind of cute. It's wonderful. But when we get into the card, the tablet and the mobile kind of view of this, it is a little distracting as we read it to go text on top, image on bottom, and then all of a sudden there's an image right there. It feels broken, right? So we want to change the flow of this document. So why don't we just really quickly grab that card and just drop it down. That's the easy way to do it. We're going to do the same thing here. We're going to grab this entire card inside of our container and drop it down. And speaking of quality assurance, the padding that's carrying over is not really working great, is it? So we need to fix this because our padding is super duper funky. Let's bring our padding down something like 10 pixels, and we wonder why a little bit, why our padding or why our elements are not expanding appropriately. Let's just grab these. It looks like our text box is actually set to fix. Why don't we set that to fit the content? Boom, that should make a pretty nice change. Fit the content everywhere. Great. Now it's kind of respecting that 10 pixel border. And why don't we just do our padding and just, let's do the top can be 20 and the bottom can be 20 for that card, okay? And the reason we're doing that is because I think our element itself had some padding on, our text element itself. This is a little funky. So why don't we go 20 here? And I'll tell you what we'll do is from the very outset, why don't we take any sort of this padding off? I don't know how that got on there, but now we have a nice crisp line going down our text, and it's real simple for our card, okay? We're gonna do the same thing here, like on all of them. We're just gonna make sure our padding here for our text is down to 0. Beautiful. It's the main container itself that was messing us up, that card. Let's just grab it one more time, take the padding down to 0. Great. Now we get that nice, consistent look and feel. That's what we're actually going for, right? And we changed the order, so it's text, image, text, image. Beautiful. Everything is flowing really, really nicely. Okay, so let's just keep cruising here and keep designing the rest of our layout. So we had, let's see, as we scroll down, we got past our pricing section. We got into our, we got into this, okay, into our, let's see, what do we call this? Like our social proof section, right? So why don't we just copy this really quickly? Because one of the things is like, that's just the easiest way. Instead of exporting all the assets to the desktop and then re-importing the assets, who wants to do that? Why don't we just paste those over here really quickly? It doesn't have like another section, but remember our section, our kind of like workflow in our process is we want everything. I'm just going to press Control L to collapse all my layers, and let's open our desktop back up. We have all of these, this nice naming convention that we got going on here. So we're just going to do another one and respect it and call it section social proof. Beautiful, wonderful. That's what we want. Why don't we, I don't think we need this background here at all, and we don't need the pricing cards, all of these elements either. Boom. Let's just delete if we can. Oh, we're getting some sort of weird issue. Boom. And let's zoom out and see what the heck is going on. Yes, we want to delete our selection like that. Okay, so now we have this empty container. Great. Now we could just slam these items directly inside, or we could do something a little bit more interesting. And I always like to do something a little bit more interesting. First, why don't we take this text and let's get it inside of our container. Let's make sure it's using one of our styles. Like for instance, I don't care, body. Let's just throw the body style on it. But now we have all of these logos here, right? So let's just grab these really quickly and get rid of this whole container element thing that we had out here. We don't need that. We just need the logos, right? Okay, great. Why don't we pull in a framer kind of item here? We're going to insert something that's called a ticker, right? And it's just going to allow us to have an asset. Whoop, it's inserting it like that. Let's drop it into our layout. Why don't we set the whole thing to fill and shrink down the size of our ticker? And you're like, what the heck is a ticker? Well, it's kind of like a stock ticker. It's going to take anything we connect to it. It's going to tick it by at whatever speed that we want. We can add certain interactions to it as well. So it's really easy. All we have to do is just grab the little buttons on the right-hand side, and we just want to connect, literally connect the dots. So I'm just going to connect, well, really quickly first. We need to, let's just, yeah, these are all good, but let's put each of them inside of a container really quickly. So we'll just put it in a frame, doesn't need to be in a stack. So I'm just holding down Command or Control and pressing Enter on all of these. Boom, boom, and boom. Big bada boom. If you're a fan of The Fifth Element, that's a little movie joke for you. Here we go. So now we have a frame, and now I can actually drag and connect to that frame. Okay, so I'm going to drag and connect. See how they're popping up? As soon as I let go, it pops up on my ticker there, just like so. And if we were to press Command P to play our prototype and scroll down, you'll see that there it goes. Our ticker is ticking our logos by, and it's actually repeating them. It's looping them for us, which is kind of stinking nice, if you ask me. Now we have some options here, which are always really great, because with the ticker selected in my layers panel, I can jump down here, and you can see my ticker is a built-in component. It's a Framer component. It comes from the folks at Framer, but we have some options here. It's like I can add new elements if I named those frames, right? Like if it was like Nike, Apple, Adobe, whatever, I can move them around in whatever order I want. You'll see the order change when I do that. You can change the speed. It is a little fast. Why don't we change it at like 70? We're making it kind of run from right to left, center aligning it. We can change the gap to the elements inside, maybe 20 instead. Do we need the padding? We can get rid of the padding. And then we have this like clipping option. Do we want it to fade out? Yes, we could. Or do we want it just to be very stark, like a hard line on the end. So we're going to say, yes, we want it to fade. You'll notice it's starting to fade off into the distance there. We like that. And you can change some of the options for that as well. And hey, when we hover, it slows down the speed while we're hovering, okay? So we could slow it down to like half the speed when we hover over it. Let's press Command or Control P again and scroll down. And now you can see our ticker is going a little bit slower. And when we hover over it, we get that nice slow down effect. Notice how it's kind of coming in from the darkness. That is the ticker in action. And we just keep these assets, these elements over on, whoa, I grabbed things outside of the frame, but we just keep them over on the side of our artboard. That is what we do. And notice that ticker looks pretty good on all of our device sizes. So section done, animation complete. We like it. I'm going to grab this element right here. Again, I'm just going to Figma to Framer plugin really quickly because, again, we're trying to like speed this process. You guys have seen me, if you've watched the whole series, you've seen me build layout upon layout upon layout. I'm going to paste it over here. I'm going to come into my layers and I'm going to take that social proof while that thing is happening. Whoa, it just tossed it right inside. We didn't want that. Let's grab that whole thing, exit right there, Command X, Command V, put it on the side. Let's grab our section and we'll call this one section banner. Okay, so I'm just going to copy and paste and boom. Section banner like that. Again, because we like all the stuff inside. Let's delete all our stuff inside. And let's grab our actual banner, Command or Control X, pop it inside just like so. Now this banner had a little bit of a different, like kind of feeling, like it's not always going all the way out to the edges. That is incorrect, right? We want it to kind of contain. So we're going to make this banner not be fixed, but fill. Boom, there we go. Now it's going to respect the edges there, but it does have a fixed height. We could fix that if we wanted to and make it fit the content. We're not opposed to that, but we have like the banner tucked inside of the container. So that's kind of weird. We could turn this into a layout if we wanted to. I'm honestly just going to leave it as is. I'm going to replace that button inside because that button is super broken. So it is kind of weird when you're so used to working with layout. It's almost like my heart desires the stack of that layout setting. So you know what? I'm going to go back on my word there. Here, I'm going to add the layout by selecting the frame there and adding our layout, our stack. I'm going to make it go from top to bottom. Beautiful, something like that. And we have our button inside. Now we had like a couple of 3D elements in here. So I'm just going to rename those like, 3D1. I'm going to name this 3D2. I'm going to put those near each other because it doesn't really matter because both of those need to get turned into absolute positioned elements. Let's put them in the middle so we can start playing with them. Notice there they are. And I'm kind of shoving them off to the sides just like they are in the design. And this one's going to go more down here in the bottom. Everything else, and we can just lock those now, Command or Control L. Everything else is going to be in the middle. Headline text, button. That's our kind of direction here. So why don't we have this fit the content, beautiful. Again, let's have this fill and then also fit the content. We love it. Love to see it. And then there is our link. Get that thing out of there. Let's bring our button inside and turn it to our gray version. That feels a lot better. Head back to layers, take the banner here and just change the gap. We have nicer kind of gap settings inside. And now we can take the whole thing and not have it be fixed height, but have it fit the content. And we can add some padding all around this thing, and that will bring our size back a little bit. Okay, so right about there. But why don't we unlock our items, our big 3D items, and just kind of move them again off into the distance. If you wanted to animate these, you totally could. I mean, it could be a whole lot of fun. Why don't we just do that really quickly? We'll do a looping animation. We'll mirror it. We'll make it rotate 20 degrees, and we'll do that linear, and we'll change the time to be something like, oh man, yeah, like let's do it slowly, like 20 seconds. We love it. We love it. Now we're going to reload our design, scroll down with our sticky cards, with our interactive component, with our price cards here. That feels pretty good. Our ticker, and look at that. We have this animated banner. It feels oh so Nice. We love it. We just love, love, love it. Okay. That's good stuff. All right. Now, good. I love everything that's happening here. Let's just do a few things. Overflow hidden right there. And we're going to take our other sections and set their overflow to hidden because we just want to make sure that we're not getting a sort of weird scrolling. There we go. Yeah. So that section that I had there with the cards, everything was then set to overflow visible, but sometimes you can get this issue where all of a sudden you get weird horizontal scrolling. So you just want to make sure that any sections that are not this container, like that have to do with this sticky kind of interaction, we want those to be set to overflow hidden. So, and that's going to limit, like I think it was our ticker that was probably giving us some of that left and right horizontal scroll. But look, now we have this nice animated card here. That looks beautiful. We love everything that's happening. All right, cool. We are almost done. We have this really cool section for our blog, but first let's just bring in the footer because we know that's going to be real easy. Again, I'm just going to copy. You could build all this from scratch if you want to, like they say here in the South in Texas. Let's just move this in. Beautiful. Get into our container, get rid of it, select the container and paste our footer inside of it. Now our footer, I might leave inside of the container for now. We'll see what happens. But I'm going to grab all of these elements and just drag them in place. And we don't want that to be absolutely positioned. We want everything to be relative and fill the space. Hey, we could fix that, I suppose. I think we might have to rebuild this thing. It's going to be a little bit of a 3-column situation. So why don't we just rebuild it from scratch? Because that looks like crap. Sometimes the copy and paste works really, really well, and sometimes it doesn't. So I'm just going to grab a couple of items here. I'm going to take my elements, my logos here, and I'm going to put them inside of an auto layout inside of Figma. And we're just going to start kind of collecting things together. That belongs, hi Chihuahua. That, like these elements, all three of these belong in an auto layout. We don't want this to be set to fill. We want it to be fixed width. Go back to being a normal size, my friend. Beautiful. Okay. And we'll fix those later. But let's just grab this for now. Boom, we're grabbing the elements and we're rebuilding over here inside of our container. Just like that. Okay. Wonderful. I love it. Let's see. We didn't have like a consistent logo element. So we could componentize that so it's the same throughout. So if we change the logo in one place, but it's okay. We don't need it. Let's grab this and we're just going to turn these internal links off on the design document. I like to do that sometimes on my design documents so that clients can see things. We're just going to Shift A, put those together. That's super weird that our title disappeared. So stinking strange. Let's go back and just grab all three of them, I suppose. Oh, I know why. It's like not in the same little element there. Aha, we're going to do that and Shift A. Beautiful. And again, we're going to copy this over. Tedium coming at you right now. Okay, great. Now what we can do is we can kind of handcraft this because when I look at my layers, it's trying to align everything top to bottom. Let's take our stack, go left to right. We're already halfway home. Feels really, really good. Take all of these elements and just set them to fill, except for our logo. Ooh, that's really weird. We need to lock. Oh, it brought all of these in as separate elements. No, sir. Why don't we remove this auto layout? Or we could just grab each of these individual ones and copy them. Let's fix that really quickly because that is funky. We want to be able to link each of these. So we're going to put them in their own stack like so, left to right. Make them go to the start so they're always kind of left aligned. Increase the gap on them to maybe 20. That feels a little bit better. Our text can be fill. And we're going to constrain the size of our logo. All that works good. Okay, great. Now let's figure this out. What's going on with this weirdness? We're going to grab all of this stuff, take it out of whatever was happening there, and we'll call this a column. And everything, we just need all of these text links to fill left and right and fit the content top and bottom. And beautiful. We're going to turn all of those into links here in a second. And let's see, what is this? We got another column like that. Okay, I love it. We don't need to capitalize those layer names. Let's just do one more inside of our container. We basically just rebuilt our footer, didn't we? So except this one's going to say like info, and I forget what it says over there, like privacy policy, terms and conditions. Okay, let's get in there and just do it really quickly. Privacy policy. Here we go. Terms and conditions. And there was one more, FAQ. Sure, why not? Highlight that and just do FAQ. Great. Okay, we have the majority of it is done. And here's what we want to do now. You can see like, it's interesting the way that these three columns kind of lined up. They're all equally taking space, which is kind of what you want. So we just want to make sure that these are set to fill and all set to one fractional unit. FR stands for fractional unit. It's just going to split everything up evenly using a mathematical equation. So for instance, if I want this side to take up more fractional units, I can bump that to 2, and now it's 2 fractional units here, 1 and 1. That's a total of 4, and this is taking 2 of the 4. I actually kind of like that. I feel like that's a little bit better, if you ask me. There is a line, and then there's this like all rights reserved kind of deal. We could just skip that. I think this is a pretty decent little navigation or bottom footer. So cool. We have our section footer. Is there any sort of division? Yeah, the top of it. And we're doing a little bit of that top border thing. So we're going to take the entire section banner right here. And this one it has like a lot of top and bottom padding. So we're going to mix it up here just a little bit more, like 20. And then we're going to have the height of it fit the content, and that'll shrink it down quite a bit. We're getting like a lot here. So let's do 60 and 60. It's kind of center lining everything. And then we'll just grab a border, and that border is going to be custom. It's only going to go on the top. What is it going to be? It's going to be white. It's probably going to be down at like 5% or something like that. Great. Now we have our footer. This is fantastic. Now this layout's going to change, obviously. It's not going to work well in tablet. Look at that. It feels really funky and weird. So we're going to have to fix that. Speaking of fixed, it's currently set to fixed. So why don't we fix that to fill? It's still not going to look really good over in the mobile. Look how it breaks there. Like that's problematic, right? So it would make sense. We could either manually do this, or we could just come in here and really quickly take the entire section footer, which is what we need to rename it. Let's turn it into a component. Command Option K, section footer. We'll just change that to say footer. Okay, so now look, it's going to give us all 3 of those sizes because it was on. I love this about Framer. It was already on 3 different artboards or frames: desktop, tablet, mobile. So when you create a component, it goes, you probably want all those sizes, right? Yes, I do. Yes, I do, Framer. Thank you. I appreciate you. Okay, so now we just need to work out any of the little issues inside of our footer. Like for instance, our text had weird line breaks inside of it. We don't want that. All of these should be set to fill. That's fantastic. Terms and conditions is breaking onto a second line, but where it really starts breaking down is here. So we're just going to grab the entire container and turn it to you guessed it, top to bottom. The only problem is now that this thing is still taking up 2 rows. So we could either fix that or 2 fractional units. We could drop it down, and now it's the same on all of them. Actually kind of like that a little bit better. It's a little bit more usable, but look how quickly we just fixed everything. We just made sure all the fractional units were the same, and we just changed the direction of the stack from left to right to top to bottom, and boom shakalaka, we can come in here. We have the tablet and we have the phone already applied. Oh, that was so fast and easy to do that. All right, we have all the components of our website. I might just come in here to this section, social proof, and just change some of the kind of heights here because it doesn't need to be so big, you know what I'm saying? And great, fantastic. All of that is fitting, and the gap inside is really, really high. So why don't we just do gap of 10? I think that looks a little bit closer to our design, all right? Let's do it. We pretty much have our website built, I think, don't we? I think we need to make a couple of little changes here. Let's just... What I love about this also is that like these things can be locked, but then when you get down into the layers panel, you can still manipulate them. They're just like locked, so you can't click on them on canvas. So I'm just changing and kind of reworking a couple of things here in my banner because it seemed to be a little bit funky. Let's just make sure we're filling there. There we go. We fixed our banner pretty much completely. All right, we love it. We love to see it. Now, there was that blog section. So let's talk about blog a little bit. We're going to build our next page, and we're going to start interacting a little bit with the CMS. We're going to start doing a little bit more of some advanced stuff. So let's get started with blog, shall we? I'm going to go back into our framer here, and I'm going to go to pages, and you can see I have this like placeholder like blog page, right? Let's just delete that for now. We don't need that. But let's create a new page. And notice this, it says when I create a new page, a new normal page, do I need a specific 404 page? Let's slam one of those in there really quickly. Cool, we like that. And then, but do we need a new CMS page? Yes, please. Let's add the sample, and notice what it does. It immediately created a blog collection for us. This is in the CMS. How do we get there? How do we get back there? Well, you can see Framer's telling us it's made us a sample blog. Really nice, appreciate it. But up in this top menu, we have the ability to insert all those cool things. Then we have layout tools, right? Then we have text that we've been using. We've just been using the hotkeys for all these. But we also have the CMS. When I click that, I jump into the CMS area. So it's set up a collection for us. This collection consists of some sort of, if we click on it, a title, a slug, a date, an image, and then a rich text field where we can actually blog. Okay, so really cool. We have our collection. When we go back out, it made for us something a little bit special here, right? It made a blog page, and then inside you can see the actual blog itself. So this is like your list page, and then this is going to be like your actual article itself. Okay, so we're going to do that. We're gonna build out the blog page maybe really quickly, because this blog page, if you'll notice here, this whole layout is very, very similar. And when I say similar, I mean identical to the actual blog page itself, right? So we're going to build it out there, and we're going to connect everything, and then we can just take that thing and slam it into the home page as well, kind of like a module or a widget. So I think what I want to do is go back to Framer, go back to home. I'm going to grab my navigation. Probably didn't need to do that. Probably could have just thrown it in there as an asset. Why don't we move it up to the top? And we have some sort of, I think, spacing going on here. So why don't we just zero out all the spacing, and we're basically just like kind of grabbing a couple of elements. I think we had our banner layer in there too, section banner, and we probably have the footer too, right? Gotta have the footer. So we're just copying those elements, and we're going over to our blog, and we are pasting those suckers in. Okay, awesome. Okay, so we have those, seems like across our footer and our banner, and we need kind of like this section title thing. We have that going on in a lot of places, do we not? So why don't we just get this section header and copy that over to our blog as well. So just pop that right in there. Boom, we'll move it to the top. I like what we're doing. Now what we have here is, notice, okay, and I think we have a big, like we have a gap like on the stack that is the frame, or the actual site itself. We don't need that, okay? But what we do have is section header. Ooh, we have to do one thing. Let's go back home here really quickly and just go section gallery. Let's grab the whole thing like that instead. I did a broken thing. We're gonna pop that whole section, that style that we've built, right? So we have all the padding and all the fun stuff with it. Let's get rid of that section header, because this has a section header inside of it. We just need to get rid of the feature. Great, beautiful. All right, now we have the blog. Notice like it's just represented here, like here's a big piece of text, get that out of there. That's just a headline. But we have this blog list. We can now drag it into our containing element. Fantastic. And notice that it's just populating stuff. So like we can do a lot of stuff here, obviously, like, but the first thing we probably want to do is make sure that it is filling the entire container and it doesn't have this max width on it. So let's just remove that max width. Boom, it's slamming all of these elements out there. It is real ugly right now. And what we need to do is make it look like this, right? We need like a list of these things. So what I actually like to do is I actually just like to copy the individual element there. Let's just come over here and paste. And this is what we're going to need our blog list item to look like, okay? So when we click back inside, you'll notice like all of these are inside of this very special icon here. Notice the stack, that's the list, and the highlighted little thing is telling us this is what is made, or this is really like inside, like is where your like list is gonna be, or your list items. Let's X that out. why don't we just come in and delete all of these things, empty it, paste this thing inside, and look how immediately it grabbed everything. But notice how like everything's really ugly right now. Okay, everything's very, very ugly. And all the names and titles are the same because we haven't connected to our CMS any of these elements, like this image, this headline, this tag. All of those things need to be connected, right? Okay, so we're gonna do all of that, no problem. And we can even take our blog list and figure out like, hey, what are we gonna do here? Like, we're gonna stack this thing, we can wrap it around, like we're gonna do all this, like left to right, maybe put it in a grid. Like I think we have a 3-up grid here, so we're already starting to kind of like design a little bit. Okay, cool. And our blog list item we want, obviously, notice that it's cool. It kind of immediately injects something for us. It's going to take us to the blog and it's going to find the URL slug for us. Love that. Absolutely amazing. Okay. Everything's so far, again, looking a little messy. Yes. But is it going to look a lot less messy in a second? Heck yeah, it is. Okay. We like that. Relative, beautiful columns. Love that. Row width. It's going to fit the content. I think. Yeah, okay, we're going to get into this in a little bit, but first let's connect the dots, shall we? Okay. And actually we could have done this on the outside first. Let's just pull our container open really quick. This is going to be our text here. And what do we have here? I think we have a chip. We actually ditched the chip for now. I don't think we're using that. And let's just take all of these things off and put a layout on. That's going to make things really easy. This is going to be our text bit right there. And this is our image, actually. So this is going to be our card. And then we have our next bit here. This is going to be our image. Get rid of the border. That's a weird thing that it does. We'll call that image as well. No problem. We could probably just get rid of the container altogether. We don't need that. And then inside of our container, what do we have here? We have in the design, we have two things. We have like a title, like a link or whatever. That's really like our chip. And then we have like the actual title of the blog. Okay, so let's just fix this really quickly. We want this to fit the content. The container itself needs to fill. It needs to fit the content. Obviously, we want the title to go to the start. Our text, is there some sort of padding there? No, we want it to be left aligned. Now we're talking. And our text, we want that to fill, obviously. Okay, great. And we want it to fit the content if the title is long. Now, we've set up kind of the majority of what we got going here. There's a little bit of a space in between. And why don't we go back and we'll bring our chip in, because I think our chip actually can sit here. There's our chip. Love it. Okay, great. So we have all of these things inside of a stack. Boom, the card itself is a stack. Let's add a little bit of gap in between our elements. And we need to set the height here to fit the content and to fill. Okay, like that. The parent layer's width has been set to fixed to avoid a layout collapse. That's fine. Okay, great. Okay, so we have our card. We have all of our pieces now. Get kind of some weird stuff. Actually, why don't we bring these out of their own container? You just evenly kind of space them. The card itself. Boom. Start. Love that. 10 pixels. Yeah, that looks perfect. Okay, so now what we're going to do is, with our blog item, we're going to actually start to select the individual elements and connect them to the CMS in the back end, right? So very similar to what we did before with variables. Where is this image coming from? We want to set it to a variable, and we know because it's inside of that blog collection thing, it gives us access to a bunch of variables that are already created. So we want to set it to the image. Boom, there's the image. We don't want it to stretch. We want it to fill. That looks a lot nicer. And we can even set, I love this, we can set the focal point, right? We can say, hey, we want it to be like in the center, or maybe we want it to be like the top left of the image. Look how it switches and changes the image. Let's just keep it to the center there, overflow hidden. There's the radius. That looks really, really good, okay? So we don't have anything to connect here. Let's grab the title, okay? Our content, where's that coming from? It's gonna come from the title of our CMS, like starting and growing a career in web design. Let's go back to our CMS, look at that. Starting and growing a career in web design, and it has that beautiful image for us. Now, one thing this doesn't have is it doesn't have a tag for us, right? It doesn't have a chip or anything to connect to our chip. So why don't we modify or add some fields, custom fields, to our actual CMS collection? To do that, I'm going to come over, hit the right dots, and just say edit fields. And look at this really familiar interface that we found before. I need to add a new one. It's going to be plain text, and we could have added something like a number or an option or any of those things. Let's do option. That might be a little bit more fun. We'll get rid of this one. And we'll just come back to it. Let's do this. Let's call this tag, or you know what? I think category might be a little bit more expressive. And now we'll be able to, do these like this. This one could be tech. This could be design. This could be development. This could be framer. And we're adding all of our selections here. Notice the category here, and we added this new name property. Let's get rid of that. Let's edit this field and just remove that. Boom. So this is how we update, modify, and change all the things that we might need in our CMS collection. Like maybe, for instance, edit field, like you need to add like an author to this blog, right? Then we're going to add a new element here. It could either be a simple plain text, or it could be, if you have consistent authors, you can add them to the database, but we could just do this one, like author. Yeah, placeholder, no, text area, no, beautiful. So now when we come in, it's like, hey, who's the author of this? Let's say it's me. Wonderful. Okay. And then we have a category. Let's make this one a category of design. Okay. We'll go out and we could put the author in if we want. We could add that. But what we could also do is just come in here and grab that chip label and say, hey, why don't we grab that from the, where is it? Category. Yeah, display the option. Boom. All of a sudden, we can see all the categories that have been assigned to this. Love it. Wonderful. Okay, let's change the gap here. We might need, why don't we just do more of a stack here? I think that works a little bit better. Great. Fantastic. And the whole thing, the blog item, let's say it's fixed. If we can bring the fixed width of it down a little bit, we might be able to match. Okay, great. And let's set that to fill. Center align stuff, left align stuff. Our image is set to fix. So why don't we set that to fill? Oh man, we just stacked it and we wrapped it. That's so good. So again, we grabbed our entire blog list container. We said stack, start, wrap, and we added the gap, and everything has come together really, really beautifully. Okay. So we could also set the width here to 1FR. We could do that. Yeah, we just do it like this. Good. Fit the content. That's good. Yeah, I think that should work. Okay. No, that's working beautiful. Okay. So now we have our blog articles that are placed, and again, we could fill in all the content to it if we want, but thankfully, Framer has provided all of that wonderful like blog content to get me started. So it's great for our use case here. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to update the text inside since we've connected our blog. Boom, like that. And then let's change our chip text to say the word blog like that. I love it. And you know what we're going to do with this too is because we have this kind of container, this section blog, boom shakalaka, we're just going to copy it really quickly, head back over to the home and click inside of our layers here. We're going to add that into our website, and just like that, we stinking did it. This is so beautiful, right? How quick that was to add. I believe that's where it went in our design. Let's just double check. It's underneath the banner, so let's just move it underneath the banner. And then we can make a couple of changes here for our blog list and our blog item. We can say that we want it to fill, like the actual card here. We want it to fill and go to a single, something like that, and fill. Boom. We don't want it to wrap, no wrapping, and stack them from top to bottom. Oh, let's do this. Stack it from top to bottom. Beautiful. All right. So we've just updated everything there. It's a little bit of, we're playing with a little bit of stuff and just getting it like just right, but it works really, really well. Okay. So again, here it's for some reason it's set to fixed on the actual card itself, and we don't want that. Is it set to fixed here? No, it's not. Reset the override. Boom, we want to be set to 1 FR. So we're gonna have to do the same thing on all of these. Let's fill, rate, should be good. Blog item, ooh, set to fill. Oh, okay, well, we're almost there. We'll come back to it. Let's get back to our blog page. So now we have our blog list here, and we need to build our blog, our actual blog element here. That one actually looks kind of good. Should we just go with it? No, we should not, obviously. Yeah, okay, so we have kind of like a suggested post, and that's kind of interesting because we're gonna basically just reuse our same blog element we made. But why don't we bring in our tag, title, date, and a big image, okay? So tag, title, and date. Okay, so we need a chip in here, assets, and drag that inside. And for some reason, everything's left aligned here. We're gonna want all text to be left aligned as well. So just changing that style. Where are we gonna grab the content from? The label. We're gonna grab it from our category. Beautiful. And we have the title being displayed. Wonderful. It's being displayed. This is using some random style, right? So why don't we make that more of like a left aligned style, H2, something like that. And then our element here, our date, is more like body copy. So that's good. We're just making sure it's left aligned. Let's take our container and just take any and all padding off of it. So we're just kind of controlling the container. And what do we need at the top though, friends? We need our navigation. That's what we need. I was like, what are we missing? Oh yeah, we're missing our navigation. So let's just come up to the very top and remove all of the padding that's here. Great. It's starting to look exactly like our element, okay? Now, this is kind of weird because this stack that we have everything in is not representative of what we have elsewhere on the site. So let's go back home really quick. Let's grab one of our trusted sections, because just work off of what we've already done, right? Blog page, and pop one of those in. Good. That's, oh, you know what? The section here is a bad one. Why don't we grab one of the other sections, like section pricing or section how it works. That's a good one. Okay, pages, blog. We come in here and back to our layers, desktop, up, just like that. Okay, great. Now we can take this stack and move it inside the container. Of that, we can get rid of this. And what are we doing? We're containing the element, which is really what we want. And this element itself needs to be set to fill section header. Not really filling it. Container is there. Okay, so far so good. Okay, we're looking a little bit better. Yeah, okay. The only difference is we need to take these elements, left align everything, don't we? Okay, so let's do that. Left align, grab the text, all this text inside, and left align that. Yep, getting a little funky here. Let's just stay on point here, folks. All right, grabbing this element, left aligning that. Wonderful. Now, this is interesting because the blog does have like this inner kind of container. So we're gonna have to do a little bit of custom layout here, right? Because this is like very, very narrow. Like, I mean, we're talking 800 pixels, and we want that because blogs should be highly readable, and you don't want the rag or the measure of the text to like, you know, to grow too wide. So we're gonna have to do something a little bit custom here, actually, and that makes a lot of sense. And this stack was set to 600. We could probably drum it up to 700. You know, our design was 800, but let's compromise a little bit. Let's be reasonable, okay? I'm gonna get rid of this section header since we already have one, and it seems like our image is always going to span like much larger than our content, right? What I'm just going to do really quickly is I'm just going to copy and paste a couple of these stacks here really quickly, and everything inside is going to leave except for the banner, and then everything inside this one is going to leave except for the content. Okay, now track what I'm doing here. I'm recreating things a little bit, and I want everything inside except for the banner and the content on this one, right? So now this stack is set to 700. This stack is set to 700, but this stack itself, right? We can actually take that max width off and we'll get that nice wide kind of like banner image. The height is set to fixed and the other one is set to fill. So why don't we really quickly, we have more of like this wide image here. Why don't I do this and set my image to fill, and we want it to fill that way, and we just want, there we go, a little bit more narrow, not as tall. All right, so height of about 600, do that. Now we have this nice wide image that's there. And when it comes to our text, obviously we're going to want everything to be left aligned. And let's make sure that that works. Our stack, start left, boom, like this. Then we have content here. Track our body really quickly. It should be left aligned. Everything should be left aligned. And we have some embed section there and tags. Okay, super duper interesting. Why don't we come here and just make sure we grab everything. Oh yeah, we have all this kind of like mixed stuff here, and it's jumping into like center aligned. That's because, what does this career in web design have? That's a heading 2. Let's fix the reason that that is set. Heading 2s should be left aligned like that. Beautiful. Okay, great. Feels pretty good. Although, do we want that thing to be in H2? No, we don't. Like all of these are, I guess we do. That's fine. We'll let that thing fly, and we can handle all of that like later. But what we have now is a pretty decent blog page. And if you want to preview how the rest of your blog pages will look, you can actually come here and click on the page, and you can see the titles to all of your other blogs. So like, how's this one look? How does this one look? Great. Like, should look pretty good. Our navigation is up there. It's a little tall. I think we're still having a weird gap issue. So let's bring gap of that down, and I think our spacing for our up top piece is a little weird as well. So let's bring the gap to those down to 20, brings it together just a little bit more. It's nice looking. It looks good, right? Now we need a related posts, okay? And we could do that. So why don't we do that really quickly by first jumping out to the blog. I'm going to grab this whole blog list. Oh, this is going to get crazy. Get ready for Inception. I'm going to now put inside of the content. Why don't we just do another stack really quickly? I'm going to duplicate. Boom. So there's another one below it, except it's not going to have content in it. It's going to have the blog list inside. And now here's where we get to some of the filtering options and some of the kind of like pagination options for your lists that are pulled from the CMS, okay? So we have this blog list, and you can see over here on the right-hand side, we have some CMS content, right? So we want to pull content, the collection from the blog. We can sort it however we want, but we want to filter because this was a tech-related article. So we want to match any of the categories that is equal to tech, only those ones, or actually, sorry, this was a design blog. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to add pagination, load more after how many items? 2 items. Okay, great. Fantastic. So let's go into our CMS really quickly and make a change because we need one of these others. All of them say tech right now. We need one of them to be, another one to be design. That way we can see the effects of this show up. Now we have 2 of those elements. Now our load more button, we don't actually want to be there, right? By turning on the restriction of the amount, it's going to ask you to paginate. But it's really easy to take that pagination control off. All you have to do is just hide this component or delete it. It can go bye-bye. We don't need it, right? So now we can just take our blog list and we can start to figure out how we want them to be in a stack of 2, like so. Let's close that really quickly. We could add a nice little gap inside, and our blog items can be set to fill. And we have that weird spacing. Boom. Blog items. Let's just, our actual cards, the cards themselves need to fill as well. Beautiful. Okay, so now we have our, what do we call it? Related posts, and it's living inside of a section. So I think I should probably, inside of this blog list or inside of this stack, I think I need to add some text. And why don't I just drag it here really quickly? What does it say? It says related posts. All right, great. Related posts. Why don't we just fit the content and fit the content for now, give it a style like a H3, and slap it inside of, need to get inside the stack. Right there, beautiful. Related posts, I love it. Let's grab our entire stack and we can bring the spacing down like so. That feels really, really good. We could change the style to that, but pretty much now we have our blog page. Now let's go do a quick little change so we can preview this whole thing and come into our navigation because we need to relink because we deleted the old blog page. Let's just link it to the new blog like so. Great, fantastic. Let's publish, update and publish our site. Let's open that link, check it out. Kind of cool. Let's head over to blog. There's our blog. Look how pretty that is. And we have our animated banner down below. Love that. We didn't add any sort of hover state or create components out of these, but we could. But let's click on one of these. We can read our blog. It feels really, really nice. Notice our navigation is kind of being cut there. We could fix that really quickly. Let's head back over to our blog page. Take our navigation. Make sure it's set to fill. Same thing here. This one's set to fill. Publish that update and head back, refresh, boom. Let's go back to home. I love it. Let's go over to our blank pricing page. We don't have that yet. Our blank contact page. We don't even have a nav there yet. A blog page. I love all of that. Okay, so this is looking really, really good. Now, what we've done is, oh, that was kind of nice. Okay, cool. We're gonna scroll down and come back to our home page really quickly. Tuck our menu over there to the left a little more. Great, and we have our home page. And did we want to, in our blog, or let's see, let's go back to Figma here. In our blog here, do we want to limit the amount here as well? Yeah, we could. We could, you know, maybe like 6 is too much. Maybe we want to limit that more to like 3. So why don't we do that inside here as well? We're going to paginate, load more after 3 items. And we're going to take that load more button, delete it. We don't need to see it necessarily, right? And beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. So let's go jump over to our website again. Scroll down. We have our cards sticking, looking really, really nice. We have our working component right there. Nice little cards. The glow looks good. Our buttons have that hover effect. We got our nice ticker, our animated banner. And we have our blog page that's working really, really nicely. So we can read everything, go back to the blog, read this one instead. And that is what we've done. We've set it up very, very nicely. I'm just going to make one more quick change and then we'll probably be done and out of here for the day, folks. We're going to set this to home like that. Boom. Now everything should be rocking. Okay, it's sending us to the right thing. And you know what? That navigation, as we've updated it, just so we can click all the way around, pricing has one. Why, for God's sakes, does contact not have one? Our 404 should probably have one because our blog has one now as well. So as we're just prepping, we're QAing, we're testing, we're doing all of this, let's just go back and make sure that everything works. And now contact has it. Even though it's a blank page, like we could still work inside and test our website. Accomplish a lot of things, man. We covered more layout, we covered responsive, we covered fixing and troubleshooting issues. We actually built out animated banners. We used local Framer built components like tickers, and we dove into the very basics of the CMS, setting up our CMS collection and our blog lists, our blog pages, connecting the dots all over the place. And now we have multiple pages on our website. We get all of our beautiful animations. We have all the responsive nature that's working there. We have even like our beautiful sticky cards. We have our component that has interactivity inside of it. And we even have our pricing cards, our ticker, animated banners, and we even in our last session built out an entire blog system using the CMS inside of Framer. So we can actually click on each of these blogs, for instance, and head over to that blog post. Pretty good stuff. Our navigation is working really, really well, and we have our giant footer down here. That's working really, really well as well. And we can publish this entire thing by pressing the big blue publish button. So we can do that very, very easily. But if you've been following along, we just have a little bit more work to do really. And then we're pretty much done with this thing. So If you haven't already, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the channel. So many of my viewers are not subscribers, which is crazy. And I am actually closing in on 400,000 subscribers. Actually, we'll have a couple hundred left until we hit that 400K mark. I would love for you to be the person that tips me over to 400K. Would appreciate your support. All right, so let's jump back in and just continue building, shall we? Because we've done a lot of work and we have a lot more to do. I'm going to jump over to my pages, and we have our blog, and our blog is listing everything out. It's matching our page. Obviously, the content's a little bit different. We have that whole thing built in our CMS with custom fields and all that kind of stuff. We even added a few things, and inside of that blog, you can see we have 5 articles. Here's what our article page looks like. This is great. And what we have next to do is just finish off some of these pages. So for instance, our blog list, that one's done. We now need to do our pricing page. And notice that we're basically just repurposing a bunch of the different sections, our pricing section, our ticker section, our features section, or how it works, and we need to build out a FAQ section. So why don't we do that? That's probably the easiest, most logical next step. I'm actually going to take my 3 artboards here. I'm just going to copy those. I'm going to come over to my pricing section, and I could just, you know what? Yeah, we're just going to do the whole thing. We're just going to paste those inside. Let's get rid of this one, and we should be able to pop that in. And you know what? This might be a weird way to do this. So let's just undo. That's fine. What we might actually do instead is let's delete this page for now. Yep, delete it, and take our home page. Let's just duplicate, and we'll rename that because it already has all that wonderful work done. We're just going to rename that to be our pricing page, like so. Now that probably messed up our navigation. We'll go back and fix that. We'll fix it in literally 1 step though, because that's all it's going to take. It's just fixing that one link that was broken. We will fix that broken link, and then we'll be up and running. All right, here we have our pricing page. Let's just get into our layers, because what do we need? What do we not need? Well, we don't need all of this hero stuff, right? So let's get rid of this section, the hero section. Let's get rid of the features section. Delete the section. Let's get rid of the gallery section. And actually, I believe we're holding on to our features section, are we not? Yes, but we're going to do pricing first, ticker, then features, okay? So let's go pricing. Let's just move that up to the top. Love what's happening there. Then we have how it works. We have our ticker section. Do we have a banner in there? We do. It's going to come after our FAQ, but we don't need our blog section. We are halfway home to building our pricing page. Look at that. That's wonderful. Okay, so now all we have to really do is we need to build out that FAQ, right? So, okay, let's build that FAQ. First, we're going to do is, it looks like our ticker section is up underneath, actually, our social proof. We'll just put that underneath. And it looks like the spacing on that is a little bit tighter than it is on the homepage. So let's just customize that a little bit. We'll just take that padding down over here on the right-hand side. We're going to go grab that top padding. We're going to bring that down to 0. We'll take that bottom padding down to 0. Love that. And then we might even take our pricing section and ease our bottom section down a little bit as well. Now the whole thing feels a little bit more connected. It feels good to me. I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm going to press play on my pricing page. Looks great. I'm going to scroll down, and there's my ticker, and we're going to get in here. Now, I think our section had, our how it works section had 6 boxes instead of 3. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Hey, speaking of lemon squeezy, you can grab these files for free on Lemon Squeezy. Hit the link in the description, and you get all these files. That was a horrific dad joke segue. So let's just drop those down into a 6-piece section. That's nice, wonderful. And now all we need is, I think, our FAQ section. So I'm going to grab my entire how it works section. I'm going to duplicate it. Let's just bring it up underneath, and we're going to rename this to be FAQ. Okay, great. I love that. And let's get into the container. We'll keep our section header. Let's get rid of our grid, and we'll be ready to now do our FAQ. So what do we got here? It says FAQs, frequently asked questions. Yes, it does. Hey, let's grab our chip. It's our component. All we have to do is say FAQs like this, and then we'll change our text here to say frequently asked questions. Why did I capitalize that whole last thing? Because I hit my caps lock. That's why. And then we just need a little bit of this text. Let's just grab this text inside and replace it inside of our design there. Okay, cool. Let's zoom out just a little bit. And now our text is done. We're ready for whatever else is going to go underneath. And that's going to be this wonderful FAQ section. So why don't I'm going to use my Framer, Figma to HTML with Framer plugin. I'm going to go ahead and copy those. Boom, it grabbed our layers. All I have to do is come in to my container here and paste that inside. And we have our FAQ. Do we need to add interactivity to it? You guys know how to do it, but let's go ahead and add some interactivity to it. So I'm going to grab this element here, and it seems like, what do we got? We just need one of these, and I like the extended version because it has everything in there. So let's get rid of that thing really quickly. Looks like we got text, and we got an X to close that is also a plus when it's in the different state there, and it looks like it has a line. Let's say that there's always a line underneath. That's what it looks like. We always have a line underneath. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to put these into a stack, obviously, right? I think what we need to first do is, again, we're always thinking from the inside out when it comes to stacks, aka auto layouts. Always work from the inside out. These are on one line, so this is our text, and this is our what starts out as our plus. We'll just rotate that, and I'm just going to hit Command Control K or Enter to put that into a stack. Great, it's kind of pushing everything to, notice this, the center. We don't want it pushed to the center. We could do this in a couple of different ways. One of the easiest ways is space between. Boom, it's going to push it out to the edges for us. We like that. And now we're going to take this stack, and then we're going to put it in a stack with the other one. Boom, new stack, and it has a background color. Let's remove the background color. And let's see, we want everything to be left aligned like that. And we have our line, and let's just figure out what is going on with, oh, nothing. That's good. We just need to add a little border now, right? Okay, we need to add a little bit of padding on there as well. So let's add just a little bit of padding. Boop, top, left, bottom, right. Why is it not adjusting the padding top and left? Because we always have to change position and sizing, right? So we want it to fit the content. We'll keep the width fixed for now. We'll fix that here in a second, but let's add our border, simple border. And what have we been doing over and over through the whole thing? We're picking our color and usually doing it somewhere around 4%. And we don't want it to be, though, a border. Whoop, let's close that really quickly. We want it to be a custom border that is not on the top, it's not on the right, it is on the bottom, but it's not on the left. Boom, now we have our customized FAQ component, and it has all the guts inside. When building components, make sure everything in the kitchen sink is inside of it, and then you can hide the stuff for now and then animate it or do a different state for when those kitchen sink items are in the kitchen sink, is what I mean to say. Okay, great. So let's just make sure our text flows freely here. Great. And that looks very, very nice. Okay, and we want this to fit the content, so it's tight around our text box there. That feels really good. Very, very similar to the difference between our auto height and auto width versus a fixed size. We had it on the fixed size. We don't want that. Height also for our headline up there, fixed size, and fill there as well. All that's looking really, really good. What happened to our plus? Chihuahuas, that's what happened to our plus. It got hidden over there. We need it to fill the content as well. So now, whether or not our FAQ is short like this or long like that, we always get that little plus or X button on the right hand side. This is beautiful. We like it. Let's turn it into a component. Command Control K for component. Let's call it an FAQ row, something like that. And let's do capitals for FAQ. Boom. We're now in the component editor. We love this. Okay, great. And we have our initial variant. And inside of our initial variant, because our entire thing is set to fit the content height-wise inside, all we have to do is say visible no, and we've tucked that away. And that's our initial, right? Let's just rename variant 1 to be closed. Ooh, there it is. closed like that. And why don't we create a variant by clicking right here on the variant box, boom. And now we're working on the variant, which we're gonna name open. We're working fast and furious today. We're just gonna make visible the thing that's inside, right? One last little change here: when it's open, we need to animate this to become an X to close instead of a plus to open. And we've done it, folks. It's looking real good. Why don't we grab our little element there and let's add, no, this is all good. Okay, so we're gonna click anywhere on the row really to animate over to our X to close. On click, we don't want to delay. We're just going to head right over, and then on click, we'll head back. Beautiful, like that. Okay. And then of course you can always come back here and you can select that open and you can change a little bit of stuff, right? Like, do you want to delay? Is it cycle? Yep. We're just going to have it straight up open. Bow, bow, just like that. Really easy stuff, right? Now, the other thing we want to do is come in here really quickly, and because it's a component, we want to add our little component control panel, all the different variables that will go into it. So let's create a piece of content variable. It's going to be plain text, and this one will be called our question. Love that. Let's just do one more while we're here, another plain text, and call it the answer. It is going to be a text area because it might be a little bit bigger. And let's just come in here really quickly, pop like this, grab that, and we'll go down to content, and we're going to set the variable now instead, and we're going to set it to be the answer. Now let's come back in really quickly. There's nothing in the default, so it kind of disappears. We don't want that. Beautiful. When we come back out, actually, let's just head back in really quickly and play. We should be able to click to open and close. We've created our interactive FAQ, right? That feels good to me. Okay, great. So now what we can do is bring our FAQ row in, and why don't we just pop it right there? It looks like it's a little light, little thinner, or not quite as wide as the previous one. Why is that? Well, let's tell you what we're going to do. We're going to get rid of this whole container. We don't need it anymore. And what we'll do is just copy and paste a couple of these, grab each one of them and put them in, you guessed it, a stack, just like so. It has no background. It feels really good stacking them from top to bottom. Let's put zero padding or gap in between them. And let's just turn this one to the open one, so we have it like at least one FAQ open at a time. Okay. And we have some obviously there's different elements here, but our stack here, we just want it to height-wise fit. It's going to fill. And each of our rows are set to a fixed width. We can change that fixed width if we want to. Maybe it's more like 720. Maybe we want to set these to fill, and then we want to set a max width on them instead. Again, lots of different ways to do this, right? We want to set max width of maybe 720 pixels. That can work as well. And now they kind of ebb and flow. And I prefer that workflow of setting things to fill but adding max width when needed, because then what we get is when it starts to we're thinking responsive, it starts to drip down to those smaller sizes. Well, then that fill is going to kick in and it's just going to respond accordingly. And if you're like, what on earth are you talking about, Jesse? Well, let's do it right now. Let's grab our section really quickly. Notice that it's popping out really weird on our other mobile sizes. Let's make sure that that whole thing is set to fill. Boom, that kicks in very, very nicely. For some reason, our headline area, our section header, our container is fixed for some reason. Let's set that to fill. That works really well. Let's grab all the elements inside and set those to fill. Ooh, not the chip, sorry. I grabbed the chip, what was I thinking? Boom, just like that. Okay, our text, let's go inside of our text. These are all set to fixed. That's dumb. Let's set them to fill as well. Notice we just saw those changes down on mobile, okay? So now we can press preview on our pricing page, scroll down, and we have our boxes that pop up, and we have our FAQs. Look at that. We can open these, close these. That's working really well. We jump down to more of our, let's go tablet. You'll see we're at tablet in the top there. It looks good in tablet. And how about mobile? It's resizing, right? So instead of a fixed size, everything is resizing until it hits 720. We like it. We're into it, okay? And that is, folks, that is our pricing page. We just knocked that thing out really, really quickly. Our blog page is done, our blog list, our blog page. Last thing we need is our contact page. And guess what our contact page has on it? It has FAQs, goodness. This is going to be so stinking easy, but we get to add in a custom form, which is going to be kind of sweet. Let's do that. Let's come back over to pages really quickly. And we had a contact page. Let's delete it. We don't need that. Yeah, we want to delete that page. It's going to mess up our navigation. But again, we're going to fix that navigation. You know what else we're going to do? We're probably going to sneeze here in a moment, but that's because it's a live stream. And when do I not sneeze on a live stream? I'm going to take my pricing page. I'm going to duplicate, and I'm going to rename this to contact like that. Beautifully done. Okay, great. Let's just zoom out a little bit. All we needed was the FAQ and a different section, right? So why don't we grab our layers here and let's delete the social proof and the pricing sections. Yes, we want to delete those. Why don't we just delete all of the fun stuff inside of this one, and we'll rename this to be section contact, and then we have our FAQ. I don't even think we have the banner on this one, so let's get rid of that banner. No need, right? Okay, wonderful. And okay, now we just got to replace the contact information stuff. So it says contact us. Let's do that, right? Let's grab our chip. We'll update the chip. We'll update the text. Okay, that works really well. We have the FAQ, but now inside of our container for our contact section, we have our section header. Now we need to add a form, okay? Let's add a form in. It's really easy to do. We're going to go up to insert over here inside of the Framer insert menu. Let's just type the word form, and we get the new form builder. This is a recent update in the last couple of months from Framer to be able to build your forms natively here. You do have some other options, like maybe you want to use FormSpark, which I have, really cool. Maybe you just want to put a Calendly booking, or you want to use something like ConvertKit or HubSpot. You can do those. We're going to do a native form. So I'm going to click that, and it pops our form right on the canvas next to our design. Okay, I'm just going to drop this inside, right? So you have our container. Let's make sure it's inside of our container like so. And you have our form, and you have our section header. Now, our form is set to fix. So yeah, okay, let's just go ahead and fix that really quickly. And we have kind of like a 2 stack and then a 1. I don't like that there was no description inside for like what that's supposed to say, but we'll fix that, okay? So first one we have is name and email. Those are great. And we have, notice that it's a special icon representing our form here. And we have a label, and inside of there you have your name, like that's your label on top, and the actual input field. And we could switch the types of input fields we have here. Both of these work. They're just normal text input fields, but we need this one to not be a select, right? So I'm just going to delete that one really quickly, and then I'm going to basically just copy and paste uno más, one more right here. So let's just update this really quickly to say message, something like that. Okay, great. And let's zoom out. Let's start doing a little bit of work, okay? So we can just put these in a stack if we want to, because right now our form is stacking everything from top to bottom. So why don't we put these in their own stack going from left to right? Oh my gosh. Okay, we don't need this. Let's say we wanted to make it apples to apples here and match our thing. We can do that, okay? And for some reason we don't have labels on top. Let's just match the design. Also, it's using our darker color, so we're going to come into all of these, I think, and we're going to use our colors here. Let's just find, I think it's probably like neutral 300. No, it's not neutral 300. It might be a darker one. What is, oh, that's the text. Sorry, I'm changing the text. That's okay. Let's get in here and just change the actual background to it, okay? We should be able to do that. Really simple. Fill, there it is. Let's go neutral 300. That's our darker fill. Thank you. Let's do neutral 300 for all of those. Placeholder seems to be pure white there, so let's go pure white. Let's grab all of them and make them our light color. So we're using the things from our actual styles. Let's grab the Jane Smith thing here, and you can see, because it's an input, we have a new section over here inside of Framer that has appeared. There's a special component, special element inside of Framer, so therefore you get special kind of access, special privileges, right? And you can see this first one is going to be text. The second one is going to be email. Let's put, what do we have here? We had just the words name, email, and this one should say message or something like that. So let's say name. That's good. We want it to just say name. Okay, great. Email, we want it to say email. Is this the greatest UX for a form? I don't know. We're not really sure, but we want to set things to required. Yes, the name is required. Yes, the email is required. But this one, not email. We want a text area. It just increases the size of it. Is it required? Yes, it's required. But what do we want here? We want to say message. Okay, nice and clear like that. Okay, is it resizable? Sure, let's make it resizable. The minimum height for our form, let's make it a little bit bigger. I can't remember what this is. It looks like it's about 290. Let's do, wow, it's a big form field, 290. Okay, great. Nice, big, chunky form field there. All right, okay, let's see. So far, so good. Now we just need our button, which is kind of like a unique button style, and it is a special type of button, right? So you can see in our assets, we have like button, and now we have like Framer and Framer modules and stuff like that. So we're going to need to update this button. It can't be one of our own buttons. So what we want to do is just edit the component, and you'll see why, because look, this button comes with a bunch of states baked into it already, like your primary, your loading, your disabled, your success, your error state. It just does all that work for you. Can we just say hallelujah for Framer doing that work for us? And so it's just really, really easy to update. First thing we'll do is we'll just grab all the loading and the primary, and let's just update the background or the fill to it, okay? Actually, let's just grab this one. We'll do them one by one. So the fill here, we want it to be like that, our brand. And notice we changed it on the variant. It changes it everywhere. Let's update our text here to not be that, but we'll make it our dark color. That all seems to be working good. Can we change the fill here to conic? Yes, but can we? We're going to leave that. It's going to be fine. And let's update that one to be dark as well. Now we have our default. This is our hover and our pressed. What do we want that to look like? Our hover, we want it to go light. Our pressed, we want it to go dark. Let's do that. And we have our disabled state. Let's bring the opacity of that one down just a little bit more, because the green is a tough color to work with. And then we just have a nice clear error state, okay? Thank you message, you could change all that, boom. And our form has been updated, okay? This one looks drastically shorter. It really does. Oh, it's only 153. The entire form was 290. This one just needs to be let's just call it 160. That looks a lot more like our contact form, doesn't it? Okay, great. Now we can set up the logic for it. So let's just come back and we'll just check. Hey, when it's loading, use the loading state. When it's success, use the success state. Let's grab the entire form over here in our layer panel. And now we get some form options. Hey, when we're done, what do we want to do? Do we want to add it to a Google Sheet? Do we want to use a webhook, an email? Let's just do an email. We'll just do my email right there. What do we want the name to be? Framer form submission, a new form submission. You just received a new submission. Great, fantastic. And then do we want to redirect them anywhere? Sure. Let's take them to our homepage. We could make a custom thank you page if you wanted. We could totally do that. But now we basically have our contact page, okay? That's kind of it, folks. We built the whole thing, because check it out. We can come over here, and now we can work inside of here and say, my name is John, and we lost our text inside. Something is awry. Something went wrong. Let's grab our input, and notice we changed our color, I think. Our color needs to be white. Our color here, this is our text color. It needs to be light, and this text color also needs to be light. Let's try it one more time. Yikes, that was weird. Good, so now we can put all of our details in there. John Smith, hey, this is my message. Great. And then we'll press submit. We need an email. Sorry. Yeah, because this said email. Great. And this is why it's not a great pattern. We should have the labels up above, if you ask me, right? So we should just go like test@test.com. But notice the verification worked. That's good. Submit. Boom. Everything worked. And I just got an email on my phone. So, hey, that's working. We got all the stuff working. What do we need to do now to finish this thing up? Because we got a bunch of the pages. Everything seems to be working there really well. Let's just jump back over to our home page. I think one thing we need to do really quickly is update our navigation. Let's update our navigation. So we have our pricing. It's missing because we deleted and duplicated and made a new pricing page. Great. Contact needs to go over to contact. Blog is still going to blog, and get started is not doing anything. Uh-oh, that's not good. What happens if someone presses get started? We should probably roll them or move them down, right? Don't you think? To some sort of like link. Okay, so like let's do this. Our button, all of our buttons probably need to have a link, and that link needs to be a variable that we can set on the fly. New tab, no, smooth, everything should be good, okay? So fantastic, let's move back, because now when we press on our button, we should be able to see, we can add a link here, okay? Now we can either do a page URL, or tricky, we can actually do a section of our website. So why don't we actually just put, we're gonna do a hashtag, this is called stubbing something, so we're stubbing it and just saying pricing. Okay, great. Different than going to the pricing page, we're going to go to the pricing section on the current page. But to do that, we're just going to scroll down, and we're going to go right here to this little thing. And notice at the bottom, we have this little guy here called scroll section. It's going to give us some info. We can create specific links to smooth scroll. Let's do this. And we're going to call that, see the little hashtag there, a pricing. Fantastic. We can set a little offset if we want to. But now we can preview, and we should be able to press get started. And it smooth scrolls us down to the pricing section. Uh-oh, that's weird. We offset it really strangely. So, or it's like it's landing in a kind of a little bit of a weird way. So let's offset it by 100. Let's press again, and boom. We need a little bit more offset. Let's go more like 200. I also could have just selected the entire section instead of that card row by itself. That probably would have fixed it as well. But look, that offset looks really nice. So now you can just customize it to your heart's content. All of this feels really good. I do notice that our footer is not quite obeying the laws that we have on everything else, like with kind of our internal spacing or our max widths, right? So we have a max width of 1200. We need to come inside of here, and let's just grab our container. It does have a max width of 1200. Interesting. Let's press preview one more time and head down to our footer. Oh no, it's being a good boy. It's doing what it's supposed to do. I thought it looked a little funky. But folks, we have just built our website. Is there anything that we're missing? No. Functioning form, functioning blog, working CMS, pricing page, fully functioning here. I have an idea of something we might add. Just a little something we might add on to today's structure, and it's going to be extra credit. You don't have to do it if you don't want to, but I'm just going to open up really quickly my browser. I'm going to head over and log into a really cool service called Spline. So you can head over to spline.design. This is a 3D tool where we can make really cool kind of like 3D interactions like the one that we're exploring right now. And you can see that actually like quite a few of these elements I've already made. I've made them in Spline. That's where they came from. And I just exported out the static 2D version of it. But what if we actually got the 3D version of it? Why don't we open this element up, and you can make your own elements if you want. But notice that I'm going to hold down, there it is. I'm going to hold down the control key, and I can rotate around this thing in 3D, which is really cool. I'm going to export here, and you can notice that like I have a preview here, but what I really want is the public URL. This is my scene, the camera, logo, the Spline logo, no. Loading, none. Loading preview, no. Hint, no, okay? And what I really want to do is I really want to copy the link here, okay? And it might be the embed, I can't remember. We're gonna find out, I promise you that, okay? Let's head back over to Framer really quickly, and let's experiment, shall we? Let's see if I can do an embed here. I should be able to. Yep. So we're going to use that embed code. I'm going to drag an embed out. And what does it do? It gives me a URL or HTML. So let's see if I can get this to work. I pop it in. Oh, sure enough, it's just here. It's just that link that Spline gives me here with all of my settings set up. And I'm going to do an embed. Notice what's happening right now on my screen. Oh, it's so cool. It's so cool that this can happen. And again, the animation that you're seeing was set up in Spline. So now I can just kind of like shrink down, get it to the right size that I want. We're going to play with this thing a little bit, but what if I just Command X and cut that out and come in and let's play here a little bit, right? Inside of my frame here, 3D one, what if I put my other 3D piece here? Oh, mama. And what if we just, okay, I want you to get center here. I want you to get center here a little bit. Good, I'm gonna put it right there. And I'm going to hide, I'm gonna not show, but visible no, my previous one. And I'm gonna press play here. Now we have kind of 2D animation from this element on top. And you do have to be careful with this because too many of these high quality animations are very taxing on the browser. So I will give you this warning, okay? So this is why I like cheating it a little bit. I got a nice simple 2D animation going on up here. As I scroll down, I got this really cool 3D animation happening inside of here. Oh my God, can we just confetti explode for a second? Like how exciting and cool this is to put 3D animations directly from Spline into our project. And we could do this with all of our cards, but there's something kind of magical about just going copy paste and popping it in there. And then look, it's still sticky, it's still functioning, everything's amazing. Let's go, dude. We're having a good time today. Let's go back over to Spline and let's go back out. I think I had a different element. Let's just do one more. Same thing. Export, all the fun stuff. Public URL. Copy the link to this guy. Let's do the same thing again, shall we? I'm just gonna duplicate over here, bring it on my canvas. Notice what I'm working with. I'm gonna paste the new link, this new 3D element that we have. Okay, great. And then I'm just gonna X that out. I'm gonna come inside here, paste right there. Let's center it. Let's get it in there. Let's bring up the size to it. I don't know what this is gonna do to our responsive nature. We're gonna have to play with this quite a bit, most likely. Okay, great. Let's pop that right there and take our 3D element, our static one, and get it out of there. Now we have two 3D elements whizzing around and moving on screen. You can see that it is playing it directly right here, which is just like really, really cool. Let's publish this sucker really quickly and see how it does, okay? Updating, optimizing, give me the link, opening it up. All right, there we go. I might add a little bit more space at the top here. It feels a little cramped. There's our 3D just working right there. Love it. Love it. So good. Okay, that's a fun time. We could add the third one there if we want to, but this is pretty spicy, y'all. Okay, great. Our pricing cards are working. Let's test the responsiveness, actually. Let's go back. What's it looking like when we get down to the responsive sizes? Okay, it's a little bit of a heavy load here in Framer because we're working with so much 3D. So again, this is you know, swim at your own caution, says the lifeguard. That's all I'm saying to you. If you got to be careful when you're using heavy 3D elements like this, but seems to be working. So I'm just tweaking the sizing to these for mobile. Okay, so we're slowing down a little bit. That's okay though. Is it worth it? It might be worth it because it looks so great. Okay, great. Let's just preview again and drop down to our phone. Love it. Okay, scrolling down and reload one more time for us. Thank you. There is our 3D element. Oh, our stacking is a little bit weird. Ooh, let's fix the stacking on our mobile versions, right? We don't want them to stack, actually. Let's grab all of our cards here. We have these 3 containers. Let's grab all of those, take them off of sticky and put them back just to relative. And now they should just flow in the document kind of thing. Okay. All right. Let's scroll down and ooh, it's like I said, a little bit of a slow load, but we do have it going on here. Now, you know what's kind of cool? If we're concerned with load times and we're thinking about mobile devices, right? We could now, we do have a backup put in place, don't we? We could, you know, basically hide that one and turn our static one back on. Where did you go, static one? Where did you go? We got to find you. You're in there somewhere. You are in there somewhere. There's our 3D element. Turn our static one back on for mobile. There's no reason to have such heavy loads going on there, right? Turn our static one back on. Okay, cool. So now we can press play and it's loading nicely on the desktop. Like we get our fun 3D interactions. We're going to still get those on tablet. We could maybe make a different choice there, but we get down to mobile, and now look, like it's loading really, really quickly because we've done that kind of responsive change. The options, the opportunities here are limitless. And even though I want to put this out there, even though if we're designing in Framer and you can do wild stuff in Framer, I mean, you can whiz and operate and animate anything to your heart's content. In the words of Uncle Ben Parker from Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. And so we do still have to think about optimization, load times, performance, all of that kind of good stuff, okay? So keep that in mind, all right? Let's do another couple of things here because I think we're pretty much done. We fixed all the responsive nature here, and let's talk about some of the settings where I know we've done like really cool and exciting things right now. And we're like, wah, wah, wah. Let's talk about settings, but they are kind of important, okay? So, we're ready to launch our site, but we probably want to take care of some of those practical things. I'm just going to head up here and hit the settings gear icon, and that opens up my site settings, okay? Currently, like for SEO, I'm going to want to update these a little bit, okay? I'm going to want to put whatever the name is, crypto chain, SaaS, whatever, like it is going to be here. I'm going to set the primary language, okay, to English. I'm going to put like some sort of description here for it, and you can see it gives me a preview of what it's going to look like right when I connect it to my URL. When people are looking and finding the search results for this, it's starting to tell me like a little bit about what it's going to be. We have some awesome options here, like for instance, we have some accessibility, disable movement animations and custom cursors if the user prefers reduced motion. I like that. I want to think of accessibility, and I'm happy that Framer allowed me to do that. HTML paste. Do we want to opt out of that Chrome extension? I don't know, maybe. Preserve URL parameters like UTM source when navigating between pages. This might be something you think about if you have custom like URLs and UTM sources, like maybe things for affiliate linking and other stuff. And then we have the spot to put our favicon 32 by 32 and a social image. So when we share, if you pop this into Twitter right now, we're going to get like nothing really. So we're going to want to do that and update that. And then if you upgrade and have a paid version of this, currently we're working on a free project, but we can password protect. We can do automatic locales, so we can redirect visitors to their preferred locale, and you can add different localizations, right, of languages. So you can, instead of leaning and depending on something like a Google Translate in the browser to go from English to German or English to Spanish or whatever, we can actually immediately just set up localization. If you know that a lot of your users are going to be found in that area or in that geographical location, then you can set that up for them. We can add in really simply our Google Analytics tag right there. We can add any sort of custom code like tracking codes to the head, like start or end, or inside of the body tag. Like these would be like tracking codes you have, like Hotjar or any other sort of tools you want, things that are need to be firing on your website in the background. I have a couple of these running on my website. I have tracking codes, Hotjar, analytics, affiliate codes, all that stuff is running right here in the settings, okay? Then you come over to domains, and yeah, we can just discard the changes there. And you can see that we have this staging domain. It's published and it's optimized for us, and it gives you, hey, the version. Now, what's really cool is if you click on latest there, you can see all the versions that we've had so far. And if you want to, we can actually go back and look at a previous version of the site. Like this is when we had just barely kind of like done anything. There's the old stock navigation up there, and there's the start there, right? So you can look at all of those, and then we can immediately connect a domain. Let's go back to domain really quick. I will tell you this, like, man, domain connection is really, really easy. And it's also really cool. We get a baked in staging URL, but if you want, for instance, like you're working with a client and you don't want to give them this gobbledygook, instead, you want to do something like cryptochain.framer.website. Boom, as long as it's available, cryptochain website or something like that, then boom, all of a sudden you have a custom like client-centric staging URL, which is really, really great. I love that. And then you also can put in a custom URL. So let's remove this domain if you want, and then you could just connect to a domain that you own. You just got to upgrade your site for that. And I find the prices at Framer to be very, very reasonable, right? If you're just rocking a one-page site, it's a mini site, I think it's $5. You want a standard site, it's $10 a month, and the whole thing's super duper secure. I'm not trying to rep for them right now, I'm just telling you I think it's good. Now, you do have the opportunity or the option here to create redirects. So if you have like an old URL and you need to redirect to something, you can do that. We also can monitor all of our forms here. I think for free you get 50 submissions, but we can actually, connect to Google and send form data to a Google Sheet, which would have basically walked us through that flow. And when we were creating our form, if we would have selected a Google Sheet, it would have set it up right there for us. It's just asking us if we want to set it up right here instead. So that's really cool. And also you do get 50 form submissions per month. This is why I think that a lot of times when young designers ask me, I really want to build a portfolio, how do I build it? I go, just get in Framer, because you can just, honestly, there's no shame in your game. If you're just starting out and you need a portfolio and your portfolio domain is yourname.framer.com, who cares, right? That it's not some pro domain. Dude, it's free, right? Get a free portfolio up and running with free form submissions like right now and stop making excuses. It's pretty cool. All right, so again, we have staging and versions. You have analytics, some baked in analytics that'll tell you like unique viewers, total page views, and even some of the sources. So kind of basic stuff. But again, if you want more detailed analytics, you can pop in that Google Analytics tracking number, and then it tells you which plan you're currently on. Currently, we're on free. I spoke a little too, oh yeah, if you do annual, it's $5 a month for a mini, which is landing page, home 404, custom domain, all that kind of jazz. But then it's $15 a month if you sign up for the annual for that. And there's some links down in the description if you want to do that. And we have all that other stuff. You also then notice this is the site settings, but you also have like the individual page settings. So whatever I set here for my SEO, my site title, language, and my description, that's going to carry over to every page of my website by default, unless I come into the page settings and override it here. So we can override the page images, any of the custom code. These are basically, they get added on or appended onto the other code across your site. And then you can change all of these elements. You can do that for each and every blog post if you want. Notice we get some really interesting stuff here, like the title of your blog dash what dash your site name, right? And you can look up some more of these specific elements like CMS variables, like title, slug, category, author. These are the titles that we created. So you could write something like an article written by, and all you have to do is in curly brackets put author here, up, and curly brackets there, okay? Author here on the, whatever, like website, and you're going to get, look, an article written by, oh, look at that, it's your author's name. So you can do some real dynamic SEO driven stuff in the back end here. I think a lot of people don't realize that. They think they're going to have to like surrender some sort of like SEO complexity to move over to Framer, and it's just not the case, right? So one thing is, I will say, and I'd love to, if somebody from Framer is watching, this little save button is very easy to miss. So you could do a lot of work here and then like click off, and again, not notice that this thing pops up because it's dark on dark, and you go, I don't know what that was, and then you just lost all your changes. So be careful of that. Congratulations on completing the course. If you've stayed all the way here until the end, you probably have a pretty good looking website and you're ready to hit that big blue publish button, and that's all there is to it. And if you're looking for more training and more resources on how to design websites, how to build websites, about UI design, UX design, web design, consider becoming a design champion, where you can get tons of resources, live sessions, as well as more trainings like this one. I hope you're having an amazing week. I hope you're designing amazing things, making amazing things, and I hope that we'll see you in the next one.